Umpire Palekar out in the middle. 18th one international for him and his partner today, Butch Lesderifa from Barbados into his 27th ODI.
Well, you'll know where the rain's coming from if there is any. Rod Tucker was meant to be standing, but he's got a bit of a niggle, knee injury.
The first runs for England comes via misfield, which is not the start the West Indies were looking for, because the fielding has let them down in the series. In the past, they've dropped catches. That doesn't look good.
Shafane Rutherford put his body on the line there. The areas around the outside of the boundary are very bare, particularly down here in front of us in the southern stand. At the media end. Bit of danger there for fielders sliding to try and stop the ball. As England fans will certainly remember, those old enough anyway, Simon Jones at Brisbane all the way back in 2002. And, the injury where he left his knee behind on the Gabba. Not the best of starts in the field for the West Indies. Saved one, I suppose. Should have been none.
Almost had him again. Remember, in the second ODI, Matthew Ford dismissed Will Jacks, pulling to the deep square boundary. To start now, he's got one deep third and one deep fine leg in the power play.
Yeah, Ford with that inward movement and a lack of pace, really. He finds the right sort of length on a pitch where we expect the ball perhaps to stop a little bit in the opening exchanges. Those catches in the ring are very much in the game. Interesting seeing the pitches either side of the one that we're playing on, where the dark footmarks are. Anytime any stud went into the top part of the surface, it just leaves behind a trail of dust and debris. Very much a contrast that the last time I was here as a player was all the way back in 2004, Nikhil. And I know you wouldn't believe it looking at me. But the pitches here at Kensington Oval back then and prior to that, they were like glass, the surfaces. You could see your reflection in them. But you see now where those stud marks are. Just as soon as you make any sort of contact with them, digs them up and leaves dust and debris.
Good start from Ford. 3 for none.
Hello, Dad.
Sorry, Joseph opening the bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, leading wicket taker at Kensington Oval in ODI cricket. 28 wickets at the Oval at just 17 apiece. 3 4-wicket hauls, one of which came against England back in 2017. Just burst onto the scene as a 20-year-old, so he'll have good memories here and looking to replicate, starting with deep point and deep backward square, slip in place as well.
Something we've seen quite a lot, both Australia and England in the recent one-day series back in the UK, would start with that man out there deep backward point. Now, I always think, particularly when you're expecting the ball perhaps just to stop a little bit and bounce, that gully line is, well, traditionally you'd put your best fielder there because that's where the ball went in the air. It's very much a catching position in these pitches. cue Salt slapping it straight to him at backward point on the boundary. Mario Shepherd back into the West Indies lineup. Offers destructive hitting down at the back end of the innings. Also very good with his cutters. Has a really good record against left-handed batters as well, which perhaps the West Indies could have done with against Salt-Curran in Antigua.
There's that deep point fielder, Butch. And to your point, remember actually in that Australia series a couple of times Phil Salt, because of how hard he goes at the ball against the extra pace, a lot of deliveries that he was opening the face were actually carrying to the deep point field and he was being caught. So it tells you a lot about the surface, because we always say the faster bowlers, you tend to err and have the deep third, but maybe they believe on a slower pitch, better to have that man square on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a modern phenomenon. The traditional way would be to have that man in there sort of catching and saving one. Think Jonty Rhodes, Herschel Gibbs, etc. Travis Head flashed her through there. Catchable height in that series. There's no one there. Plenty of England fans here, as you would have noticed from the wonderful shots from our camera team. Been making life very difficult trying to get served in the hotels, Nikhil. Not a problem you've had to face, being that you're back at home.
Now, Butch, tell me something. Why would anybody voluntarily sit and bake in the heat?
It's because we think you can save it up. Get as much in all at once, and then when you go back to the UK winter, you store it like some kind of lizard, which is incidentally what your skin ends up looking like if you sit in it for too long.
A quick single stolen. Good from England, but good from Joseph as well. Pace was up in that over, 5 for none.
Yeah, just a reminder, Overton comes in at number 8, position that he held in the first one-day international. Made a first ball duck, didn't bowl. Looks like he's on the trail to recovery for his bowling.
Matthew Ford. Inward movement. This is where the journey began for him. Last year in the England series, made his debut here, picked up 3 wickets, 2 of which included both the openers, Jacks and Salt. So he always speaks about how much that day did for him and his confidence as a professional cricketer, and dismissed both of them in the last game as well, Butch. So he'll be looking to take a lot in the way he bowls to these two.
Yeah, smashed a few at the back end as well, didn't he, in the West Indies innings, 23 from 11.
Glorious. The sound off the bat told the full story about that stroke.
Yeah, indeed. Very much a strength of Will Jacks. Tall man, stands tall at the crease. Just a lovely, simple movement into the ball. Head leads, foot follows, then come the hands.
Yeah, he's starting with that deep third today. Previously in the series, he's had both fielders leg side. So it gives him a bit of extra breathing room. And that is a wicket. Yes, he's got him again. What a response. Slightly shorter length. Does the trick.
Yeah, smart this from Ford. This delivery just leaves Will Jacks driving on the up. Again, a little bit of balloony bounce from the surface, but you're right, Nikhil, it is a little shorter, but it goes away from him. That's not something you're expecting from Ford. And no wonder he enjoyed that. Will Jacks finishes the series in disappointment. 5 from 10 for him, England 9 for 1.
It's been a lean series for young Jordan Cox, but they've had a lot of learnings, and we're hoping this is the time now with an early wicket going down.
Yeah, and as you were just about to say, Nikhil, the third man has given him the opportunity to try and just turn the ball around and hold it out there a little bit. And it was a genuine attempt to make the ball leave the batter. Ford's hand normally comes over the top of the ball, looking to push it back in. But on that occasion, he kept his wrist behind it, and it just left him, just a shade. And that's all you need.
It's a delivery he's been working really hard at, Butch, in the nets, because he has his stop ball, which is the in-swinger, has the scramble seam, which tends to hold its line. But if he can develop that outswinger like he just did to Jacks, makes his variety of deliveries so much more dangerous. And the slip in place, this is bringing the slip into play.
Yeah, if we can get hold of the release of the wrist position on both the deliveries. There you go, there's the big innie. Hand, the bowling arm goes very much higher, much closer to his ear, so the hand is almost above his head, and he gets that ball to arc back in. But without any question, the delivery to Will Jacks was a different release. There you go. So terrific piece of bowling. All credit to the bowler there.
Almost identical to the delivery he got Jacks out with last year in the series. Very menacing start from Matthew Ford. 5 from the over, 10 for 1.
Yep, Jordan Cox in with scores of 17 and 4. In his previous 2 one-day internationals, made his debut in Antigua, of course. And to get his feet under the table a little bit at number 3. Bethel, Livingstone, Curran were all excellent in that second CG United ODI.
Beautiful day in Barbados. West Indies with a new look pace attack. We've seen Seals and Shamar Joseph bowl the new ball. Seals the last couple of games. Both of them not playing today. 2 slips now for Cox, who in both games has been dismissed against the back of length delivery, shorter delivery, pulling. He's got deep fine leg if he wants to use a short ball, and now a deep third for Cox.
A bit of a disagreement between senior bowler and captain about the field at the moment. And they've patched it up by the looks of things. Alzari's gone on strike. Sorry, Joseph. He's unhappy. It's a countenance that we've seen from him quite a lot. Seems to suffer from a lot of misfields off his bowling. And that furrowed brow and the fierce look at somebody about something. Whether it's the second slip Not entirely sure, but he is not best pleased.
Butch, I think he may be wanting a deep point, Joseph, as opposed to the deep third. But Shea Hope has been quite stringent in keeping with the deep third, and Alzari's not happy.
Got to say, I agree with the captain, actually. Watch Jordan Cox a little bit. He can play a shade with his bat away from his front pad and just nibble a little bit at those line deliveries just outside off stump. So I'm quite happy. It's not as though England have got off to a flyer. You got them one down. Keep your catchers in.
Yeah, there's definitely something here. He signaled to the dressing room, coaching staff, something after that last delivery. We'll keep an eye on it. He's that type of character, though, but she always is quite expressive, aggressive.
Well, look, I mean, that last delivery, had he had the field that we think he wanted, i.e. the point back on the fence, Jordan Cox has just got off strike to a perfectly good ball. Let your captain do his job. Disagree with it or about it at the end of the over.
That is pace, extreme pace.
He's got him.
148 kilometers per hour to get Jordan Cox. Joseph is fired up.
That is quite extraordinary. I mean, it was a snorter. It was an absolutely magnificent delivery. And it was pretty plain that it had come off the glove of Jordan Cox. He just turned around, didn't even appeal, turned round, walked back to his mark. He is absolutely steaming, and I'm not entirely sure why. What a ball. Jordan Cox has been undone by two very quick short balls in his last two innings. It's not a reputation you want to be carrying around with you. He's gone for one. West Indies on top, 10 for 2.
England in some trouble. Hasn't been the easiest ground to start batting first. Always is that hint of moisture. Jacob Bethel comes in. This will be a new challenge. And Alzari Joseph is fired up, folks. Delivery before the wicket, 147. The last delivery, 148 kilometers per hour.
Well, Alzari Joseph needs to pull his head in here and just run in and bowl, because that is a superb delivery. Bounced, really bounced about a foot higher than Jordan Cox was expecting. Save the menace, save the argumentativeness for the opposition batters. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. I mean, the slip fielders and the wicketkeeper almost didn't go up because Alzari just turned and went. I mean, it was perfectly obvious he'd gloved it, right?
Eventful over, to say the least. Wicket maiden, 10 for 2.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's a fabulous over. Your captain, respect your captain on the field. That's all I will say. Respect your captain on the field. I've got no idea what's gone on, but that is no way to carry on.
A lot happening here at Kensington Oval. 2 wickets, one taken by Alzari Joseph, who's made his way off the field. He is steaming after that wicket maiden. Nonetheless, though, West Indies are in a great position. Pressure is on England. Batting first already here is a challenge. 9 out of 11 matches won by the chasing team. Matthew Forde continuing after. Wow, what an overpitch. It's well played, you know. Great control shown by Phil Salt. And Sherfane Rutherford has hopefully not done too much damage.
Only 10 men on the field at the moment. Now, Zari Joseph has, well, I joked that he'd gone on strike, but he actually has. He's gone. Rutherford has taken on the boundary boards for the second time in the innings so far. Beautiful shot from Phil Salt. Quite extraordinary. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Important, though, for the West Indies to maintain focus. They're in a really good position at the moment, on top of England. Only 10 fielders are on the playing area, 6 in the circle and the 2 outside.
I mean, this is utterly ridiculous. Got no slip fielder in. Your bowlers are on top. Cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Head coach Darren Sammy has made his way into the dressing room. Tell you, whatever's happened, it's almost worked for the West Indies. But the question is now, who bowls the next over? Do they go to Moti? Romario Shepherd maybe with the pace? Will Alzari come back onto the field in time? Hayden Walsh Jr. is standing there, but he can't come onto the field. All's good, Butch. There Alzari is. Never mind. Just to go back and reflect on that first wicket, Butch, Matthew Forde had been struck for a 4 against Will Jacks, or by Will Jacks, I should say, and then made the adjustment to go slightly shorter and use that outswinger.
Yeah, it'd probably be a bit of a stretch to call it an outswinger, but such is the proclivity for Forde to move the ball back into the right-handers. Jacks was suckered into thinking that's the way it was going. It just held. 14 for 2 from 5.
A lot happening in that West Indian dressing room. Azari Joseph is making his way back. And Shea Hope has decided that Joseph won't be bowling. Looks like it'll be a change of bowler. And Joseph back on the field, so the West Indies do have a full 11 now, but he won't have the new ball in hand. Romario Shepherd it is.
Listen, many is the time as a captain or as a player that you have a disagreement around tactics, or you have a disagreement about something on the field. But you work that out either behind closed doors, but you get on with your job. Your captain asks you to bowl to a field, you bowl to it.
The West Indies have got another one. And superb from Roston Chase. Shepherd into the attack straight away. Makes an impact.
Backward point. Backward point in the game. Fortunately for Alzari Joseph, the man who replaced him has picked up a wicket straight away. Golden arm from Romario Shepherd. Brilliant from Roston Chase. He is a live wire in there at backward point. And despite all of the other comings and goings, England are right in the mire here at 14 for 3.
Captain Liam Livingstone coming onto the field. They are just checking that that catch was taken completely and fairly and it hasn't been grounded. I tell you, this has been the most eventful 5.1 overs ever.
Angle, best angle. Thank you. Clearly comes off the bat, obviously, and clearly takes the ball cleanly up there. So we're looking for whether he's grounded it. The ball's underneath his hand. It looks to the side there from what I see. Have you got it from the rear angle there? Got his fingers under the ball there at that stage. Have you got another angle? Not as tight. Hand under the ball. Hand under the ball. His hand's under the ball and there again. You've got no angle that shows anything different to that the ball has been placed on the ground. Only the first one, yeah, and that goes behind his body. Yep. Thanks. The other version blown up would be good. So he turns his hand there. The ball's clearly not touching the ground. Thank you. Yeah, he's got his fingers under the ball. Yeah, just freeze that there. That's fine. Thank you. I'm ready to make my decision.
Yeah, out given. So it means that Captain Liam Livingstone will bat. Good planning from the West Indies because Bethel had played that late cut all throughout the series with good effect. Good catch from Roston Chase. What a knock. 124 not out a couple of days ago in Antigua. Probably the best knock of his life.
Yeah, but a very, very different situation he finds himself in now. 3 down. Still 4 and a bit overs of the power play to go. Bethel tried to keep it down, I think, and just bounced a little bit on him. Top half of the bat. Had he been trying to flash it over that fielder, he would have got away with it. Might even have hit it all the way to the boundary, but a brilliant catch from Chase. Well, given the opportunity to take the new ball, West Indies have done exactly what they would have wanted. Early wickets, England on the back foot. All this and a player dispute.
Yeah, they do have the luxury today, Butch, with Shepherd, but they're going to need to get Alzari Joseph back involved. First of all, you saw the value of his pace when he bowled in the last over, almost getting to 150 plus, but they need him going middle overs, going back end. So they're going to have to find a way to put this past them and ensure he can bring the best out of himself. This is an important game for the West Indies. They have struggled to win series against full member nations. And one-day international rankings are up for grabs, well, points, that is, in the rankings. better from Hetmeyer, who misfielded earlier in the day.
I think we were on commentary together in Antigua. We were talking about Shimron Hetmeyer. And how the simpler it is, the piece of fielding or the catch, the more likely he is to mess it up. That was brilliant. A little bit of extra difficulty brings out the best in him.
Direct hit, but seemed to be safe. Yeah, we will have a check.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for a run out. Can I see your best side on angle, please? Bat is grounded, ball hasn't hit the stumps yet. Thank you. I'm ready to make my decision.
Pretty straightforward.
Should bring a couple to Livingstone. He's going to have to be captain fantastic again, you would feel. 6 gone, 18 for 3.
Yeah, this is what's up for grabs, folks, and this is why a series like this and a series win is of utmost importance. West Indies are currently in 10th place with the 2027 World Cup coming around. By March of 2027, they need to be in that top 8. England in 7th, so they're not comfortable either. But you can see from the rating how far they are behind the likes of England, Sri Lanka, New Zealand, 100+ points. Very important.
Matthew Ford continues. Good first 6 overs for the West Indies. 18 for 3. A period not without incident. Joined in the commentary box by the legend, Ian Raphael Bishop. What's your take on proceedings so far? Cricket and otherwise.
Hello, Carlos. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's been fascinating viewing so many narratives. I think Alzari Joseph, they're going to have a discussion about that. I'm sure Darren Sammy and Shea Hope will have a discussion with their senior man at some point later today and say, yep, there are disagreements. You can't afford to be showing your emotion in that way. Fortunately, Shepherd came in and struck straight away. So that'll be discussed. But from a bowling perspective, I've really enjoyed watching. Again, we talked a lot about length in the power play for the West Indies bowlers and getting success from that length. Ford has been excellent. Alzari Joseph has been brilliant. And Shepherd has come in and he's done his thing. So far, exactly what the West Indies needed to do, they've done with control of length and line. And when you get wickets, Carlos, as you know, in the power play, Phil Salt, now it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Confirmation of that, that's outstanding. Just the occasional ball beyond the 6-meter area. 66% on a length, and the occasional short of a length. That is brilliant so far.
Yeah, I think the length has been immaculate, and you see those 2 balls that were very full. One was to Bethel first up from, I think, Alzari Joseph, and the other one was Matthew Ford trying to swing it as we expect him to do. Get it up there, get it to swing. But I've been really impressed with their ability to hold line and length Matthew Ford has been excellent. The setup, the wicket of Jacks. There's been a lot to love with ball in hand from the West Indies.
Some of the fielding has also been good, backing it up. 18 for 3.
Come on, boys, land you from someone like it. Drop the ball. Drop the ball, boys. Land you from someone like it.
Shea Hope won the toss. If you just joined us and elected to field first, and England in some power play trouble. Romario Shepherd. Again into that length and short of it. Have a look at the 3 wicket.
A beautiful build-up before this, culminating with a magnificent delivery from Matthew Ford. And some energy, some extra energy from Alzari Joseph. A fantastic catch from Roston Chase. His fielding has improved leaps and bounds from when he first entered the international fray. Since then, we've seen a good piece of fielding from Shimron Hetmeyer. But Roston Chase's fielding and the improvement thereof, whether it be catching, whether it be on the field. As a very tall guy, he sometimes looks lethargic. He isn't the quickest, but he makes good ground. When you think back to all your best fielders, not many of them at point are tall. You find your gullies, but not at point. And Roston Chase is breaking that mold. Him, along with his peers. We can have a look at some of the good fielding now. Again, Chase in the action to start. Rutherford putting his body on the line. And another look at that fantastic catch. Hetty felt a little jealous, wanted to join the party, and so he did. But it's been a good all-round performance from the West Indies with ball in hand, backed up in the field, and they've been rewarded.
Good hard length again. You can see the reaction of Livingstone as it hit the splice. Don't know if there's a little ridge there or something.
And interesting that you mentioned Ridge. Many a moon ago when I was playing first class cricket, used to call him Big Nose Ridge Foster. Used to have deep slip. A field employed by Captain Kirk Edwards at that point in time. And you always talk about why deep third, and I heard you refer to it, if there's extra bounce, it becomes a wicket-taking position. And in the red ball game, we've gone away from deep third, but actually realized that with the extra pace, Chris Jordan was playing at the time, you find guys fending a lot of balls that would just pop over, slip, and gully. So we had to use a fly slip. And it was a very productive fielding position.
Third maiden of the game so far. 18 for 3. Large English contingent, and there's the said Kirk Edwards, who scored 100 on Test match debut in 2011 against India in Rosso Dominica, one of my favorite Caribbean islands. Brian Lara in the background. Former West Indies captain. Making his appearance at Kensington Oval, of course. Yeah, with the cap on. has been around for quite a few weeks now with his book launch. Launching this Friday at Empire Cricket Club. Terrific length. We'll come to the English side of it shortly, but I also want to say when we were looking at the little spat saying he's hit it, but he's not sure he saw where the ball went. Yeah, Hetmeyer's role in calming things down to some extent I thought was admirable. And the reason I say that, I'm not saying that I'm pleased with what went on, but I thought Shimron Hetmeyer went into the discussions as a conduit of messaging for that brief period, and because he's Captain Alzari Joseph at under-19 level, he was the one that went up to Alzari and said, you got to chill, we got to replan and revisit. And I want to congratulate him on the way he stepped in there as a leader in his own right. Very good from Hayden Walsh Jr.
Continuing the good fielding we've seen today. Very noticeable, getting the hands out in front to ride the bounce. So good technique as well, not just throwing his body on the floor, but again, his hands live, soft and supple to be able to ride the bounce and get contact.
First run after 16 consecutive dots. Now, how do England play this? How does Phil Salt manage the tempo with Livingstone after his brilliant 100 in Antigua, his maiden ODI 100, and Salt got his highest score of the series? And it was just enough to beat the run chase. How do they manage the tempo? 19 for 3. How much longer can Phil Salt contain his aggressive instinct? 10 from 25.
I just want to pick up on the point you made last over about Shimron Hetmeyer. And I think back to the 2019 series, West Indies versus England, and there were a few who thought, you know, Hetty, you have the world at your feet, and you're not doing your talent justice. And you look to some of the things he would have been doing off the field and felt he could have matured a little quicker. Shot from Livingstone, breaking the shackles. Extra cover to the right, mid off to the left, all along the ground.
What made it even better was that it was pace off. So he had to get into that forward stride, reset, and just time it rather than bludgeoning it, and also find the gap. It's a quality shot. Sheppy can... Mario Shepard just a touch too full.
Yeah, and just continuing, I've had the pleasure and privilege of being with him over the course of 2 franchise tournaments now, ILT 20, 2 years. and the progression from that young guy with the world at his feet that maybe didn't do his talent justice into the fine young man that he is today. One of the conversations was fitness. Hetty was first at training, running laps, leaving last. And I think when you think back to the World Cup and not featuring as heavily as he would want, almost losing his place to his good friend Shafane Rutherford, I think Darren Sammy has kind of created a little bit of competition within this camp. And it starts within. So Hetty has done a lot to ensure that he has matured on and off the field. And I think that that instance with him showing his leadership and his maturity, don't forget, he was the winning captain.
Another one, just holding their length here very well, the West Indies. And the Centurion from the previous match, he played a captain's knock then. And the wickets continue to fall.
Lovely length again. Just a touch back from the earlier cover drive and pace on. And the elation. He's worked so hard for this, and coach Darren Sammy loves it just as much. A standing applause. West Indies are in the ascendancy. England 24 for 4.
Salt-Curran showed much of his skill and value with what I thought was as significant a performance with the bat in that second ODI in Antigua to get a half century. But great credit to Romario Shepherd. He came in to the fray when Alzari left the field prematurely and has not slackened off.
Yeah, he's held his length well, and length is something that you've been big on for the entirety of this series, and you can see why. That has hit the edge halfway up the bat, so it looks like a driving length, and he's just pulled it back a touch. So even though he's trying to essay a drive, he's had to rise with the bounce, and it's hard to pull your hands in once you've committed. So it's smart bowling, good planning, and even better execution.
Come back with what I think is also an important characteristic. 24 for 4. Power play for England has been the least proficient and prolific in the last 31-day internationals. Sixth over for Matthew Ford. Yeah, Carlos and viewers out there, what I think is also taking some transition in that power play is the extra bounce. I think there's a little more bounce here, whether it's uneven or not, from Antigua and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, which was a really good batting surface. Good bounce from Ruston Chase. Good carry here again. So I think in the hunt for the top order of England so far for those bad balls, one, they haven't gotten too many, and two, there's been a bit of extra bounce in the surface, which is added to the discomfort. Liam Livingstone there, dismissed by Romario Shepherd 3 times in 3 games in 8 deliveries. 29 deliveries, 8 runs. Analyst tells us. So a matchup.
There's not much to smile about at the minute. No, there isn't. Do you know what I mean? 25 for 4.
What do England do, Carlos? How do they approach this, given the way things have played out? Do they have an aim, a target?
I think at this point in time it's difficult. There's so much of the game left a full 40 overs. Sometimes you have to get through a period and decide how you can best get to that period. There's no right or wrong way. If your way is to hit out of it, then you need to find the best shots on the surface in the conditions to hit out of it. If you're going to rotate through it, same thing. So I don't think it's a right or wrong way, but there definitely is a period now, I would say, for the next 3 to 5 overs where they can afford to score 4, 5 and over, knowing that if these two get in, that they can go big. And one thing that the Antigua ODI show you is that you can always make up in the back end in the Caribbean.
Nice gap finding, a rare boundary opportunity. 29 for 4.
One of the first signs of real width, and the cover in the circle as opposed to on the boundary as he's allowed, trying to add a bit more pressure. And that also means that once you beat him, it's a boundary first for a while.
Given or taken some time to settle, having had that initial couple of overs, he'll be hoping Alzari to follow it up now, having replaced Shepherd. On target again straight away. Yeah, a few years ago, quite a few years ago, Pakistan defended 197. Quite a few years ago, April 2000. You weren't born yet, Carlos. And England do have one Jofra Archer and another giant called Reece Topley, whose father is doing some commentary next door, by the way. As well as Adil Rashid, and if Overton bowls a couple of overs.
Yeah, the game is a long way from being over. I still think 197 probably isn't given the England middle and lower order enough credit for their ability. Situations obviously dictate, lack of experience as well. Also the occasion of it being a series decider. But once you get in, not the most sun around at the moment, a little bit of cloud cover, but if that pitch starts to dry, those last 20 overs,
great confidence in that stroke from Salt-Curran.
there's a glimpse of what is possible. This is hit in front of square, 138 k's an hour. Seeing it well, Curran. Still like the attempt of the short delivery from Alzari Joseph. It's something that has plagued Sam Curran and been a tactic from other opposition. We haven't seen it enough from the West Indies in this series, I feel. So albeit first round to Sam Curran on that occasion, I want to see him tested a bit more, especially from Alzari Joseph for the shorter ball.
It's an interesting grip that Alzari has executed there. I asked him about it before the game. And just about that grip where it's not down the line, it's not cross seam, it's just a sort of a three-quarter. And from his point of view, he talks about it. One, it can nip back in, but that's not what he wants. He wants a kind of an up and down bounce depending on where it hits, on the seam or the shine. And it's not giving any secrets away because the batter can't predict that. On target again.
Yeah, and as another bit of evidence of how the game is evolving, you think back to 2015 or 2019, Leon Plunkett in the middle overs with the cross seam delivery, and the theory has been for years, it hits the shiny side and it skids, or it hits the edge of the seam and it can bounce a little bit more, and there's an unpredictability even from the bowler of what happens after it bounces. And I think this three-quarter delivery in the middle overs of the white ball game now is kind of the evolution to that, because not only the unpredictability in bounce, but also potentially lateral movement.
Some good length bowling. England will confess that it's been very hard up to now. 35 for 4.
We are 10 minutes away from a workout session with the #1 fitness instructor in the Caribbean, my boy Swiggy. Hey, hey!
The decider here at Kensington Oval, a refurbished Kensington Oval to be quite fair. There are a number of pockets of the ground that through the World Cup, T20 World Cup earlier this year have been refurbished and added to. The stand to the east, which you'd say is temporary, but it's what we call a temporary permanent stand now. It's not going to be moved, I heard. And then there's some corporate boxes down the southeastern end as Moti's into the attack. No wickets last game. One of the reasons that West Indies found it hard to keep England at bay. And I really like the dressing up of the ground. Yeah, those are the corporate boxes. Carlos probably has a couple of them. Yes, he says, nodding his head in acceptance.
I'll have a chat with Comey Bish and ask them for the tickets for said boxes. There weren't any last time I checked my email.
Just wanted to make one final point on Alzari. We were down here, I was down here at practice yesterday, Nikhil and I, and just watching Alzari take Shamar Joseph, take Jaden Seals under his wing at the net session, and they were talking, one about lines, about lengths at different phases, and about Yorkers. And I thought it was very impressive. So yes, he still has work to do, but I think he's grown significantly, and he is a leader in more ways than one to these young guys. And that must not be forgotten. They'll discuss it at the end of the game about today. And as long as he grows further and the team grows further, that's the important thing.
Yeah, and Bish, I would never try to be, and probably can't be, the moral police I've had my episodes as well. But I don't think a bad episode makes you a bad person. You want to see that passion from Alzarri Joseph, and he would be first to admit. Shot from Salt-Curran. Latching on to fuller length delivery and expertly picking the gap, rolling the wrist at the right time.
I thought his body language and his composure at the crease in that second game in Antigua was outstanding. Moti's got to hold his length better. Maybe be a little bit straighter with 3 deep fielders leg side. Better. 41 for 4.
It's the ball right for Keacy Carty. The only place in the world you can watch cricket on the beach. Only thing we don't have here is the beach. The actual sea. Shout out to everybody in the pool. If you're in the pool, wave, wave, wave. Shout out to everybody in the pool. You guys are the best thing happening over there.
England 41 for 4. In the third and final CG United one-day international, the decider in this rivalry being held here at Kensington Oval. And it's been a scintillating start from the West Indies. Alzarri Joseph into his 4th over. And he's been piping hot with the ball than otherwise.
Yeah, more otherwise. Wonder if England might be 5 or 6 down had he continued with his spell. He seemed to be a good 10 kilometres an hour faster when he had his blood up, but chose to direct that at his captain and his team rather than at England. As it is, Romario Shepherd stepped into the breach quite nicely.
Took a wicket first ball. How's that? Yes, an interesting one. We heard Ian Bishop talking about the leadership role Alzarri Joseph does take in this team in terms of leading his young charges in the pace bowling attack. But some quite extraordinary scenes between he and his captain in the 4th over of this encounter. Upish will get the single. Yeah, you seemed rather irate, Mark, but just interested to hear your thoughts on it. And maybe, I mean, you were captain at Surrey, weren't you, 5 years? Have you ever had any of your charges behave similarly?
Well, as I said live at the time, I'd never seen it before. I've seen bowlers and captains and fielders have altercations on the field for sure. Disagreements about field placings or which end you're being brought on to bowl, but I've never seen anybody down tools and walk off the field. West Indies fielded with 10 men. It's absolutely extraordinary. No excuse for it.
Perhaps he needed to spend a penny. Well, while all that's been taking place, English fans would be forgiven for asking, could we start again, please?
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, you come into this game knowing that there is a big advantage to chasing runs here at Kensington Oval. Only North Sound and Antigua has got a better record favouring the chasing team. And therefore, you know that things are likely to be tough for you when the ball is brand spanking new. And perhaps a little bit more circumspection was required during that period of time. To be fair, I mean, the delivery that got rid of Cox was an absolute snorter. Jacks was done by a good bit of bowling from Ford, who predominantly angles the ball in, swings the ball into the right hand as he just changed his wrist a little bit and made it go away from Jack, so he was done on the drive. Bethel came out and slapped a wide ball to point. Brilliant catch from Roston Chase. No issue with him going after that delivery. And then the skipper, that was probably the killer blow.
Another Mousley over. 14 gone, England 43 for 4.
You can tell everybody in the world that you know what Keacy at cricket.
Well, just as Mark Butcher was saying, this shows us since 2020, the last 4 years, highest win percentage in chases. We see Bridgetown second only to North Sound and Antigua. So everything pointing the way of the Windies so far.
Well, absolutely. And what I mean is you're kind of gathering information around the game. So should you find yourself batting first, which neither side wanted to do. 213 over the same period of time in day-night matches here in Bridgetown. The average first innings score has only been 213. So from the offset, you're kind of thinking to yourself, well, okay, well, this is unlikely to be a 300 plus batting first effort. So how do we go about keeping wickets in hand, seeing if we can make 260, 270, which would be a challenge. Might not be a winning score, but it's keeps you in the game.
Yeah, something to bowl at. Well, settled down quite nicely, this pair. Phil Salt, Salt-Curran, 21 off 28, this partnership now. Roston Chase having a quick word with Moti. Making a bit of a comeback himself, Gudakesh Moti in this match. Went wicketless in the second one-day international and the most expensive spell in his ODI career. In fact, this match so far has been a real turnaround of form of the West Indian attack. Arguably lost second ODI for missing their lines, their lengths, and they've started beautifully here.
Yeah, conditions a little different, it has to be said.
$15 gone now. 46 for 4 England, setting a target. It's time now for the Blue Waters drinks break. And there's a bit of a culture and sometimes in West Indies cricket that you almost need something to fight against. Carlos Brathwaite talking off air a bit about that, but you know, you get the guys fired up and annoyed and angry and the real quality emerges.
You use that against the opposition. You don't go walking off the field, hurting your own team. Respect your captain, for better or for worse.
That's fair. Oh, well, if you want to know what the big deal is about watching cricket in Barbados, my friends, that picture telling you a couple thousand words.
There's plenty of chlorine in there.
Don't mind chlorine, bring out the sunblock. We are 13 degrees north of the equator, ladies and gentlemen. Cover up. Something about mad dogs and Englishmen. No run. And now there is the overthrow. Also, Alzari doesn't need an invitation, does he? Something's really gotten up his nose, Alzari, unable to regain any composure so far in this match. We'll just have a look to see whether this is a legal delivery. We've just enjoyed a couple of one-day internationals in Antigua. Had some lovely times with Alzari. Saw him at the food fair as they celebrated their 43rd independence. We'll have a look at this. Direct hit. And it would be close.
Gone. Nothing grounded beyond the line. The bat bounced up before anything had touched the ground. I think Curran was gone there.
Be very careful here, England. Pulled nicely behind square. Will just be the one.
In the midst of all of this, Phil Salt is 17 from 40 deliveries. There's been another overthrow. My goodness. I think the top of Alzari's head might just come off.
This is a good lesson for him. This about resilience, about managing his own frustration. I mean, how much is that a part of the game? As much as technique?
Yeah, all facets are challenged.
Decent figures nonetheless. 1 for 13 from his 5. Alzari, England, 49 for 4. $49 for 4. Looks like Alzari Joseph is off to get some treatment, and there'll be a sub on in his place.
Maybe a bit of yoga.
Send him off to the pool with the English fans. He'll cheer up in no time.
Some meditation and a bit of whale music. Hayden Walsh on the field. Live wire of a fielder. Leg break bowler. Not had an opportunity in the series so far. We may see him in the T20.
A job to be done here this afternoon in Bridgetown. Sam Curran and Phil Salt in the middle for England, eking out partnership here. They're 25 off 37. That camp will be fairly satisfied with how things have been going. Beautiful Barbados. Stunning turquoise water on the west coast. The Caribbean Sea on the east coast. The wonderful Atlantic Ocean. Just a stunning country, if I may say so myself. And of course, a wonderful time of the year to be here as we enter into what we call season, where it's cold in the north and the visitors from the north descend on our shores, much to our joy. Many joyous visitors here at Kensington Oval this afternoon to take in this third and final ODI.
50 for England. It has been a struggle. To say that would be an understatement. Partnership of 26 from 38 between Salt and Curran. Phil Salt, who has a strike rate of 117 in ODI cricket, is 18 from 41, going along at a 90s test match strike rate of 43.9.
To be fair, he's batting the situation, isn't he, Mark Butcher?
No, I have no criticism of Mendes. Just gives you an indication as to how tough it's been and as to how he's trying to apply himself to try and make a big score with England in trouble.
The hero of the last match, the captain Liam Livingstone, went cheaply. An opportunity now for Salt to partner Curran to create something magical. Can only look on now in this batting innings. Crucial ODI points on the line for the West Indies as they try to make their way into automatic qualification for the ICC World Cup in 2027. England, there's Josh Buttler. He'll certainly be leading the side in the T20s, which start in Barbados on Saturday. No doubt has been enjoying his time in Barbados, in and around the stunning golf courses on offer here. Wonderful place to play golf.
Yeah, he only arrived on Monday. Says the calf is good. He's ready to go. Hasn't played cricket since the World Cup semi-final. So he'll be fresh.
Five off it. 17 gone. England 54 for 4. Well, he's back on the field, Alzari Joseph, but he's been replaced from the Malcolm Marshall end by this man, Roston Chase. Took a brilliant catch earlier to dismiss Jacob Bethel without scoring. He's got ball in hand now, proving series after series to be a really useful cricketer. He likes a big game, and there's none bigger. This is the decider. It's one apiece so far.
Yeah, Sam Curran will be happy in terms of his matchup against the left arm spin of Moti. Has an excellent record against that, but averages just 13 at a strike rate of 43 against off spin. Yeah, Sam Curran averages just 13 against off spin, but 43 against left arm spin. That right hand, left hand combination should be able to figure out the share of strike between the two of them. Curran has mid wicket downwind against Roston Chase, who will keep the ball probably a little bit wider of off stump, try to hit that patch outside the left-handers off stump. Fire the odd ball in straight, hope to get Sam Curran to turn the face on it, maybe get a return catch.
Maneuvers. Single. just moseying along here. 33 off 48, this partnership. And a period of calm for the Englishman. 18 gone, 58 for 4.
Yeah, all the economy rates looking very healthy. In fact, the spinners have been easier to tick over than the seam bowlers. Ford, 1 for 18, 2 for 8 from Shepherd. That's the surprise package, perhaps. And Joseph, between visits to the naughty corner, has 1 for 13.
Mousley from the Pacers. A couple of wickets for Romario Shepherd, 1 for Alzarri Joseph, 1 for Matthew Ford. England 58 for 4, trying to find a way out of this quarry they've got themselves in. Nice comfortable single. They'll want a few of those on the trot.
Yeah, it was something England did really well in the run chase at Antigua against both Moti and Ford. A lot of, with the field set back, long off and long on. Both Livingstone and Curran just banged the ball down the ground for 1. Low risk stuff, kept the scoreboard ticking, albeit at a rate that was allowing the overall rate to climb, but it just meant that England kept the scoreboard moving without losing any wickets, thus bringing the West Indies back into the game. And then once you got into the death overs, the West Indies had no answer. They're going to have to do that for a long period of time here to get themselves back into this one. 2 fielders at mid-wicket on the leg side.
Spanked over the top. Into the offside, a boundary. Brings this crowd alive in Bridgetown.
Yeah, interesting that they would have that man up to Sam Curran against Moti. He is so comfortable, so freewheeling against the left arm spin. That was like a freebie for him.
Like you say, a comfortable single. Turn over the strike. This 5th wicket partnership proving of crucial importance for England. Still got Mousley and Overton to come. But they just managed to settle things down here a bit. 6 off it, 19 gone. England 64 for 4. Ian Livingstone will still be thinking about that shot, asking himself questions. Sorry reading for England fans, but 40 runs between these two out in the middle. As Roston Chase returns. Well, we know what England are trying to do here. But what's in the mind of the West Indians? Are they going to remain with an attacking mindset at this stage?
Well, I mean, yes. I mean, that should be baked in. I mean, it is an issue for the West Indies, i.e. taking wickets. They don't take as many wickets as they would like in the power play. Today they have. But in the middle overs, that bit of an issue in terms of getting wickets. At the moment, they still have things very much under control. And this partnership, for it to become something of danger for the West Indies, needs to continue for another 20 overs. If you had perhaps, well, if Alzari had bowled his overs with the brand new ball, bowled say 5 then, you might be thinking about bringing him back now, see if you can nip out another wicket.
You're still smarting about Alzari not bowling with the new ball.
Listen, I mean, you know, I said it next, I'm doing the radio next door for TalkSport, and I said it if, and it's a huge if England somehow managed to win this game. And your #1 strike bowler not bowling with the conditions at their absolute ripest for taking wickets is an area that you'd look back on and go, well, we allowed England off the hook. But like I said, it's a big if at this moment in time.
Ticking over England. 9 balls since the last boundary, but 23 for none off the last 30 balls. Looks pretty good right now, if you're in blue.
Relatively speaking. West Indies just trying to stop England from ticking over easily here, trying to build a little bit of pressure. That's what these two spin bowlers do well. Build dots, build pressure.
No wickets, crucial thing. 20 gone, England 68 for 4.
It's on the TV right now. Do you keep going? Just check. So what's the scanner saying?
Romario Shepherd, after a new ball burst, 2 for 8 in his first 3. Back into the attack. Change of ends for him as well, now from the Joel Garner end. And he can go wide of off stump with deep third, deep point, making Salt hit into the wind. He's also got leg side protection at fine leg and backward square. And it goes to backward square. It sails over the fielder though. Again, hitting with the wind, so very intelligent. First maximum of the day.
Authoritative. In front of square. Spanked by Phil Salt. Brings up the 50 partnership. It's been a real build from these two after a flurry of early wickets. You may say 62 balls quite slow, but in the context, good so far.
It's an important point that Carlos Phil Salt said after the Australia series coming into this one. He felt he was struggling to find the right tempo in 50-over cricket. Ian Bishop mentioned it earlier today in seeing how Salt would adapt, given they were 14 for 3. Look at the apex of that last maximum. Great initiative we have in the apex shot tracker this series. 72 meters in that height. coming into this series as well, 9 ODIs since the last World Cup. He had never got past the 10th over. Now in the last 2 games, he's shown you 2 different sides. One, in good batting conditions, he can be attacking while still getting deep into the innings. And today, 1 single boundary for one of the world's most destructive T20 batters in 50 balls. That last 6 was just his second. So great progression in his career. Your assessment on Phil Salt?
No, he seconded everything you said there. I think it's very impressive when we talk about maturity of players. And I think in this partnership alone, you think the Salt-Curran, someone who's bowled the new ball and bat at 8, now batting at number 6 and winning games with the bat. Phil Salt evolving from just a swashbuckling opener to a real leader. And that leadership and maturity goes beyond the captaincy or vice captaincy tag. You want to see players not only maintain what got them to this level, but continue to add to it. I mean, you remarked about, you know, him adding to his offside game, being predominantly leg side. Now we're talking about him improving his temperament. And I think these are some of the things that you want to see in young players evolving from young to mature.
There's the short ball to Salt-Curran. Tried it a few times. Carlos Brather has asked for more. Not out, says the umpire. There was just a tickle in our ears. End of 21, 75 for 4. Yeah, one of the most joyful crowds in the Caribbean, the one at Kensington Oval. Every time there's cricketing action. Saw it in the CPL a month and a half ago. Find the delivery of the last ball. Carlos, there's that short ball. He was jumping for joy in the commentary box, folks.
Yeah, I want to see it used a bit more. The short ball is not always the wicket-taking delivery, but it messes with the feet, the intent of the batter. You think back to Jofra Archer, to Keacy Carty, who looked like he had the world at his feet in that second ODI. Some short stuff. And he eventually lost his wicket over or 2 later. Not even to Jofra Archer, but the intent changed. The calmness subsided and eventually led to the wicket. So especially using the conditions, forcing him to hit toward that scoreboard, that big stand, that side against the wind. Use that short ball a bit more. It also makes your length ball, your pace off delivery a lot more effective.
Interesting that Chase has got both long on and long off for Curran especially. Moti had it with one being up in the circle, mid-off.
Yeah, an important choice of field for Moti. I much prefer the one that Chase has for Curran, and Chase being a right arm finger spinner versus Moti being a left arm finger spinner and dragging the ball into him. Slightly different. But the deep square leg normally tells me that you're wary of the sweep shot. So Moti to Curran, and Moti's a massive cog in the wheel of the West Indies attack, especially if you're looking to take wickets in the middle. Moti to Curran had deep square, deep mid and long on. That limits the amount of fielders you can have on the offside, on the boundary. So he only had sweeper, mid-off had to be in. And he got hit through and over mid-off on a couple of occasions. And I'm just wondering if that long off is more important than the sweep man at deep square. .22 overs gone, 79 for 4.
We have already cricket from the cricket.
79 for 4. Been a good rebuild. Partnership now at 55 from 73.
And just to elaborate on the point that we were making in the previous over of Moti to Curran. Moti got him out in the first ODI. He got 13 off 17 deliveries from Moti, got caught slog sweeping into the wind. But since then, in the second ODI, 19 off 14 balls that Moti would have bowled to Curran. Today, 15 off 15 a run a ball. So not destructive, but he also doesn't look penetrative. You need Moti to take wickets in the middle.
Uppish.
One suggestion would be Moti will come back into the attack. He would hope Sam Curran is gone, but if he is, change in feel is suggested.
Yeah, Curran's way that he played in Moti in that last game actually was admirable. You think matchup, left-hander, you would think he would be the one to attack. It was actually Livingstone in Antigua. I think Moti's last 2 overs went for 30, and Livingstone scored 25 of the 30 runs, hitting leg side with the win. So Curran had enough maturity then, Carlos, to understand what you're saying and say, I can restrain, captain, you be the one.
And that is the conversation again around maturity, evolution of players. We're about to see the dismissal in that first ODI, caught long on, and he scores 59% of his runs in that area between long on and long off, which is why it's imperative to have long on and long off. So when you have that deep square leg for someone who's only played 3 sweep shots in the career, you run the risk then sacrificing a fielding position where he scores more than half of his boundaries and his runs. So I think that can be an oversight on the part of the West Indies think tank. Conventional knowledge would tell you left arm spinner to left hand batter, you have to have those 3 on the leg side. But for Sam Curran, I dare say it can be slightly different. You can employ long on and long off and force him to play that sweep.
Tell you what, our colleague Ian Bishop always says the power of shots like the sweep, because even though, Carlos, you say he's only played it 3 times, clearly the West Indies, when he is facing the spin, they're afraid of it because they've got the fielder there. So it tells you the power of the ability to play that shot. And Curran himself has said he felt he went too early in that game that we just showed you. And since then, you've seen a lot more control and restraint in his approach. This has been such an important 34. Job is far from finished, but great start. Taking along nicely. 84 for 4.
England bringing some respectability back to the innings. A good partnership building. The projected score, they still want close to that 7 over. 270, 275 would have been the target before the start of play. With all things considered, they'll be happy with the position that they're in, losing 4 early wickets. But as Nikhil said, job far from finished. The West Indies need to get a wicket, and soon.
And they'll be thinking about that, Carlos. Obviously, there's no Shamar Joseph, who we saw in the last game, coming with his express pace. Wonder how you structure the next 5 from Alzarri Joseph, given that there will be at the back of Shea Hope's mind the struggles that they face back end, but you're trying to get them out. You have to be attacking now. So when does he use Joseph with that extra pace? He's bowled so well today. Maybe for a short burst. Moti's been on the expensive side. Matthew Ford has got 4 left.
I think you're looking to use pace and spin in tandem, as he's been doing. But it's which pacer, which spinner, which end. Alzarri Joseph, whenever you're looking for a wicket, you have to think of him first. A 2 over burst where you ask Sam Curran some questions with the short ball hitting into the wind. And you're happy for him to go at 5s or 6s in those 2 overs if he can get you a wicket. So using him as an attacking force.
You alluded to it a couple overs ago. Jofra Archer and Adil Rashid bowled in tandem last game. And Archer was expensive because they were pulling and attacking him. But the pace seemed like it ruffled a few feathers, which Rashid then pounced on from the other end. Good over from Chase, though. 1 from it, 85 for 4. Again, only the 5 options used for the West Indies is a risk sometimes, especially when one of your bowlers goes for runs. Did see Sherfane Rutherford in the last game. Hasn't bowled yet. Mario Shepherd continuing his 3rd over in this spell. Field was set for the short ball. They're continuing to persist with it. And in misfield, the intensity has not been consistently as high as they would want it to be, the West Indies.
Yeah, started really well. Good fielding. Not the best handoff. Maybe Ford was even looking for it. I think it was the right thing to do, but not well executed, and it cost the West Indies a run.
And as well as the West Indies, Phil Salt has batted today, and the control he's shown. The West Indies have also made a good adjustment. Coming into today, 10 of his 11 boundaries in the series had been through the offside. So what did they do? Adjust and be a lot straighter to him. And whilst, yes, he's been much more defensive, they still haven't given him as much width. And Carlos, you would know the effectiveness of this, one as a batter facing that, but also on a bowler, these type of surfaces. That will be a boundary. And here they are erring now in terms of width. Very few times they've done this today.
A flare from Phil Salt, not trying to get over it, trying to thrash it over point. Good placement, good use of the wrist. And this beehive shows you exactly what Nikhil was pointing out. A batting strike rate of 58 when the ball is tight in the channel on the stumps. That's what they did really well today. Yes, the context of the game may have allowed them to be more defensive, but have to give West Indies bowlers credit as well for executing an obvious plan to perfection.
That third boundary will be added to that beehive package.
And it's funny because I don't think it was a plan by Phil Salt to be as defensive as he was and trick the bowlers into bowling straight. But you think of that first passage of play, and then you think to the first ball in this spell from a Mario Shepherd, similar line, a little shorter, pulled for 6. Now he's gone a bit wider, so it's actually played into Phil Salt's hands quite nicely, because him through the offside is hitting into the wind, which is what you would suggest to your bowling unit, but it plays to his strength. So can they risk coming a bit straighter and him depositing them over the leg side with the wind to the short boundary?
Nine from the over, productive for England, 94 for 4 at the halfway stage.
So guys, we're at the halfway stage of the game. And 25 over the ball. Once again, we're at the halfway stage of the innings. Happy 70th birthday going out to Pat from Buckinghamshire, England. So Pat, happy 70th. Changing up the vibe for all of you just cooling down halfway stage. Hey!
A year ago, when England came to the Caribbean in the third ODI here at Kensington Oval, they were 49 for 5 in the 10th over, and they fought their way to 206. It was a 40-over game. They still lost that game, but they can get to 250, employing the same level of fight and fortitude. They'll really be pleased with their effort after being 24 for 4.
Yeah, and momentum going into the bowling innings, they would know that they just need a good start with the ball as well. If the batters can give these travelling fans a little bit more to smile about, this partnership certainly would have done so far. But as a batting unit now, you want to get through the initial phase of worry. These two are now in. That worry's been passed on to the fielding unit, the bowling unit. How can they get one of these two out? Their job now is to take this partnership as deep as possible, potentially even into the 35th over, going all the way down to the death. One of them stay in, get close to or surpass 3 figures, and get England close to 250.
Now for Curran, Roston Chase is brought up mid-on. Shea Hope on the attack with just 3 deep fielders outside the circle.
And I like this, simply because it's been quite easy to rotate in these middle overs off the spin so far. Can you entice Curran to play an injudicious shot and potentially lose his wicket?
He's tempted him. Hayden Walsh on the field as sub takes the catch. The West Indies have dangled a carrot and Curran has fallen for it.
Wicket chase, assist, Hope. Fantastic captaincy. Can you go over mid-on? He tried and the answer is no. Hayden Walsh pouches an easy catch. And Roston Chase is pointing to his skipper. The fans are ecstatic. Partnership broken. Curran gone for 40, England 94 for 5.
Dan Mousley had a quiet series to this point, bowled a couple of overs in the last game, wasn't required with bat in hand. This is a real opportunity for a young player from Warwickshire, of course, to really make a name for himself and support Phil Salt in a partnership.
Well bowled from Chase, but less about the ball and more about the field. Long on has been back for the entirety of Chase's spell until now. Brought him into the circle and asked Sam Curran, do you dare take long on against the spin? There wasn't much spin, but he failed the examination nonetheless, and partnership is broken. I think that is the perfect example of attack with your field, defend with the ball. Nothing changed from Roston Chase, but the perception of an opportunity to score with a change in field brought about a change in intent from Sam Curran. And for all that Shea Hope has gone through today, another tick in his box.
Chase has played a very quiet but extremely important role in this series, folks, in the way he's bowled in the middle. A lot of his overs, 10 in the first game, 8 on the trot in the second game. Correction, 9 on the trot. Creating pressure from one end. Wicket that the West Indies long desired. Wicket maiden, 94 for 5.
No matter what citizen is in control, I love you English people. I show you the love, the Bajan love. Ladies, get up and dance, ladies, no time. Come on, come on. Dance. Have the time in Barbados.
.94 for 5. And with the West Indies able to get Sam Curran dismissed, it brings Gudakesh Moti right back into the game with a new batter, even though he's a left-hander in Mousley. Still will risk it. New batter, and the fact that Phil Salt has had his difficulties against left-arm spin. And Hope is on the attack, slip in place. Just gets off strike and gets Mousley on to strike.
And there's no man on the deep square leg boundary or the 45 for Phil Salt, enticing him to try to play a little dink or square sweep. Again, attack with the field, defend with the ball. Can the bowlers continue to back the fields that Shea Hope has been setting? The last over it proved successful.
Yeah, I was wondering if you would go to Moti, Alzari Joseph, and I wonder, Carlos, if the fact that Phil Salt has had his difficulties against left-arm spin. Moti dismissed him last year in the series. 4 dismissals in 9 innings to left-arm spin. Shakib and Taijul Islam in Sri Lanka early last year. So maybe he thinks, Shea Hope, this is the best way to dismiss him. He's going to have to be a bit shorter than that.
Yeah, I quite like it. You can see the thinking behind it, and the good thing about cricket is there's never a right or a wrong way, and good plans don't always work, and sometimes bad plans do. But you can see the thinking behind the decisions that Captain Shea Hope is making. It's good to see them. It's good to see them play out in real time, whether they work or not. I think this is a massive innings for Dan Mousley, a young guy who I rate very highly. You would have seen him come all the way through at Warwickshire. Had the pleasure of playing with him and seen him around the traps in franchise cricket ever since then. One thing he has alongside massive talent is a big heart. Always wants the ball in the most difficult situations, always wants to be in the middle, and this is one that he'd relish. Game is nicely in the balance, coming off the back of a good partnership with the bat. Can he take it deep?
98 for 5.
If you're an absolute Liverpool fan, you're not only an absolute Liverpool, you might against the Blues. Just a couple of minutes ago, one love. The greatest team, Arsenal, coming up against Inter Milan very shortly when the English score. But in the meantime, you guys on the jet ski, come on. Be on the beach, be on the beach. This is the party stand. This is cricket, lovely cricket. So come on. Everybody.
98 for 5, and if you miss the first 10 overs, you miss one of the most eventful power plays in ODI history. A lot was said between Alzari Joseph and Shea Hope, but this is what you want, Carlos. Leadership group. Good to see them getting over that and helping plan for this wicket.
Yeah, and Alzari Joseph has led the Leeward Islands in Super 50 last year, was vice captain, and he, as you said, obviously gotten over his initial gripe with the skipper. A little bit of lateral movement. A slip can't be too far away, Roston Chase. Starting to express himself a bit more. What I like about that interaction between Hope and Joseph, I'll continue after this ball. I think you don't get upset if you don't care. I think Alzari will be first to tell you that the initial phase went on too long, but I think as the leader that he's developed into, he now wants to ensure that he helps not only his team and his peers, but ensure that West Indies cricket thrives. Shot. A little bit of width. England breach 100.
Yeah, it's been great control from Phil Salt in this innings, and the awareness to still pounce when there's an opportunity. No deep point with Shea Hope on the attack. And I wonder, Carlos, in that interaction, how much was said about Alzari coming back into the attack? So only really Overton and bowlers to come. So can Shea Hope be on the aggressive go back to his strike bowler who's bowled superbly today, 1 for 13 in 5, and try to get Phil Salt. He's really the last chance for England.
Very good perspective, Nikhil. I don't think he'll be too far away. I think he wants to get Morty in. And I won't be surprised if Alzari replaces Roston from this end, maybe even the next over.
Almost went to him. 104 for 5.
England after taking over 104 for 5. 100 coming off 165 balls. The 94 is 91-6. All right, let's have a 100 and let's go.
4 for 5 England in the CG United one-day international, the third of the series and the deciding match. We're in Bridgetown at Kensington Oval for this encounter. Salt and Mousley in the middle. Patient, thoughtful knock so far from Phil Salt. Dan Mousley, I've been reliably informed it is Mousley, despite the U in there. That's how you pronounce it. Very close friends with Jacob Bethel. Played at Warwickshire together. Mid-off is up. Swept gently behind square. So ticking along here. Salt 49 now on strike. Sent back. Face another ball. Oh, it's a beautiful shot and a well-deserved half-century for Phil Salt. His 5th one-day international half-century, and it's come at a very crucial time for England in this decider in Bridgetown.
Knock of character in difficult circumstances. His slowest half-century in ODIs. Second of a series back-to-back. So being a very aggressive, intentful batter, this is filled with character.
Yeah, the wickets have been falling all around him, Phil Salt, but he's kept his cool. He knows this ground. He loves this venue.
And it's great to see this sort of flexibility from Phil Salt. How much they've learned from, let's say, a Liam Livingstone's knock in that previous one-day international, where he himself had to, after a couple of risks early on, manage his innings. 109 for 5.
A look at the partnerships so far for England. One standing out there, 70 off 94 balls between Phil Salt and Salt-Curran. And it's been quite a day for the big Antiguan, Alzarri Joseph. Just 1 for 13 off his 5. Second slowest ever half century for Phil Salt in all formats, even in first class. Will tell you how much application this would have taken in the sunshine here in Bridgetown. It was a bumpy start in that power play for the English side, and Phil Salt, the man who remains standing. Nice shot. Off the pads and turnover strike. An opportunity for young Dan Mousley. Take the leg by. Signaled by Leslie Rifa. Barbados Royals shirt there. Young man would have enjoyed the CPL this summer and gets to come back. Would have enjoyed the World Cup this summer. Gets to come back and watch England. Lovely to see the whole family out. What a wonderful day and what a wonderful way to while away the hours together as a family. Oh, is in the chance. Was in the air, might not have quite carried. Roston Chase, he's been brilliant in the field today.
I wonder if it did just carry. We've sort of built up. Yep, it carried, went through the hands. Espoused the virtues of his improved fielding over the last couple of seasons. And that did just get through the hands, didn't quite get to wrap the fingers around a tall man, had to move low to his left.
Shamar Joseph felt it for Alzarri.
But it is the chance, it was the opportunity as to why they brought Alzarri back. Sheho brought Alzarri back to try to continue getting wickets in the middle overs. Only 1 wicket in the middle overs so far today. Just a little bit of extra bounce in this surface as well. As though it caught Salt slightly by surprise.
Still in a comfortable position at this stage, the West Indies, but just those little moments are the ones you reflect on after the game. Carty off the field. Hurt his shoulder while he was fielding. Sent back. So just the 3 from it. 30 gone. England 112 for 5. Roston Chase has picked up 1. Ford and Joseph with 1 each, and Shepherd, Romario with a couple of wickets. Good economies all round. West Indies will be pleased so far with this performance. Vikesh Moti still searching for his wickets. And a steady head under that helmet. And Shea Hope. He's been leading his charges admirably, and he's not had a shortage of drama to deal with either.
Looks like they've put that behind them for the moment.
Should get back for 2 here. Good running.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Liam Livingstone's previous knock, that 100 in Antigua, and the way that he paced his innings so beautifully after a couple of strokes of aggression once he came to the crease. And it would be a lesson to many of his teammates, the way he did that, knowing that when you have power, if you're Phil Salt, you can try in theory to form a partnership with Mousley and one or two of the others to come. Overton can bat. He's played for Surrey as a pure batsman in recent times. And then if you're still there after over number 40, if you can use your power and flex your muscle. So that's the principle. The West Indies will be trying to break this partnership. Maybe get Matthew Ford back as well for another one, over or two at some stage, so that they have less firepower to go with if they are still batting after over number 40.
Yeah, quite right, Bish. The captain laid the blueprint in that second one-day international. And it's been duly noted, a watchful 57 off 86 balls for Phil Salt so far. Well, after 31 overs, England 117 for 5 here at Kensington Oval. And it's been thirsty work. Time for a Blue Waters drinks break. One-day international, Kensington Oval, Bridgetown, Barbados. Not much is going to get anyone down in this sunshine. It will be Alzari Joseph continuing his work from the Malcolm Marshall end. What kind of ambitions will Phil Salt have for this innings?
They would have reassessed their position at the water break, England that is, well, both teams. And some of the discussions from England's point of view may have gone something along the lines of maybe Alzari will bowl one more in this spell. If something happens to, don't give him a wicket. We've still got some power in the two batters, certainly in Salt and with Overton left of screen to come. So if we take pattern from our last effort again in Antigua, we can build towards the end if we have a set batter or two and some power. If he gets a bad ball, though, he will look to pounce on it.
It's his nature.
Which he has suppressed very well to a large extent today with an innings of excellent responsibility so far. And remember, Archer, Topley, Rashid, some quality bowling in England's ranks later on. That's why the West Indies need to still be on the hunt for wickets.
Curran, the last wicket to fall in the 26th over. One before that in the 10th, the end of the power play.
It's one of the things, just thinking forward about the development of the West Indies team. I mentioned Reece Topley there. That's one. West Indies have talked and conversations around wrist spin, getting a wrist spinner to be impactful in the middle overs. Another thing that I haven't heard enough of is the unearthing of another left-arm seam bowler. Because a bowler of that nature presents a different angle to right arm over the wicket. This is about down the road.
Right, you heard that. Left arm spinners around the region start limbering up.
A couple of young guys. I mean, we've talked about Obed McCoy, who's had his fitness issues, for example, right? Ramon Simmons is one who's also having his fitness issues. A young lad called Blades, who's playing for the academy. I like the look of him. Leeward Islands have another youngish guy, Spencer. So, you know, that option of having that angle with the new ball, if they can swing it, or angle at the end of the innings, is something critical for every team. And folks at home Alex will be thinking, well, yeah, if you've got right arm bowlers of quality, sure. But look at every one of the top teams around the world. They've got Topley here. Australia have Mitchell Starc. New Zealand for a long time had Trent Bolt. Pakistan, Shaheen Shah Afridi. Madhushanka from Sri Lanka. Almost every top team, South Africa has Jansen. And Nandra Berger, who's recently on the team. So you want one of those as much as you want wrist spin as well. Just reminded me Ashdeep Singh of India as well. 120 for 5. That's rhythm. That is rhythm.
Oh yeah, feeling the vibe. The tunes pumping from the stereo here in Bridgetown, and just into the cool of the evening here as well. As we approach 4:30 in the afternoon, the shadows growing longer from the Greenwich and Haynes stand. The temperature will be more bearable and enjoyable around the ground.
Short cover in Brandon King for that. Just that lofted push drive.
Straight to him.
There he is. What Moti wants to do is to be able to vary his pace, but keep his length steady to bring one or two of those offside players into play.
It was a very interesting point you made last over about the importance of a left-arm seamer, and no doubt Darren Sammy and his think tank will be across the Super 50 and very interested as they gather all the talent, examine all the possibilities moving forward. Swept nicely. Limited just to the 2 runs.
Yes, and one of our colleagues poked his head across and said Dominic Drake's from right here in Barbados, another one who's played before. He spent some time off the field in the last game. He practiced assiduously yesterday. So hopefully, with being that slow to get up, he's not too incapacitated.
Hopefully just a precaution. Oh, reverse sweep. Beautifully done by Mousley. Fine behind square for 4 runs.
one of the ways that he can upset the field by showing them that he has this shot. It's also one of the things that England like about young guys like Mousley and Bettel, their ability to upset field placings with their talent. Be too averse to handing Matthew Ford an over or two at this stage.
Well, Ford hasn't bowled since the 11th over. Knowing the character, he'll be chomping at the bit. But great to see Dan Mousley, good friend of Jacob Bethel. We were saying they played together at Warwickshire. And in fact, he's told a funny story about Bethel. We'll get into that next over. Eight off the over, 33 gone England, 128 for 5. Projected scores for England, 5 and over, they'll get over 200 runs. 7 and over, 247. I'm sure after the power play they would have grabbed at that. Lovely creative player, Dan Mousley, getting his opportunity at the international level. But Jacob Bethel was telling the world, of course, uncapped players had to share rooms, right, if you weren't an international player. So used to share with Dan Mousley, and they were really the best of friends, but their friendship was challenged by just how badly Bethel snored. So he eventually had to tape up his mouth at night to ensure him and Mousley would be friends the next morning. Well, now they're both international batsmen. Those will be issues of the past.
Phil Salt will be hoping to build a relationship like that with Mousley here, because you know Salt can flex his muscle, so he is dangerously trying to build to a crescendo.
Yes, and he's done well here, Mousley, to work himself in. 15 off 23. This partnership's actually 36 runs. The 49 balls. He's got to hang in here to give Salt the opportunity at the other end.
That's why I'd like to see just an over or two from Ford. Not that he necessarily has pace like Alzarri Joseph to ruffle feathers, but he can bowl his variations, his little cutters, his pace-offs, which can be advantageous if batsmen are going to try to go through the gears to increase their tempo.
.34 gone, 132 for 5.
Nice one, I like that one. That's amazing.
Another useful partnership for England, 38 from 31 between Salt and Mousley. Phil Salt's longest innings in terms of balls faced in ODI cricket, 95 from 62. Without wishing to put the mockers on him, he has played extremely well. Excellent in defence, good choice of stroke in terms of when he's going to attack. And England will hope, and he will also hope, that he's just setting himself up. No second run there. To be there for when party time arrives in the last 10 overs or so. And if England are only 5 down, come the 40th over and the third phase of play when the extra fielder goes out, they'll feel they have a chance of putting something defendable, something that their bowlers have got to work with on the board. And the 11 games, day-night games since 2020, as we've mentioned on many occasions before, 9 out of 11 have been won by the teams chasing. Actually, it does include 2 day games as well, but have been won by the side chasing. But 2 matches that have won in a defensive a total. 212 New Zealand made, and they bowled West Indies out for 160. And Australia defended 252. Bowled West Indies out for 123. So England doing the right thing here, keeping themselves in the game. Can they make 230, 240 from here? Maybe even beyond if this partnership continues a little deeper. Afternoon, Carlos.
Afternoon, Butch. Absolutely spot on. Keep yourselves in the game for long enough until party time.
And I'm hearing Rihanna's on the island and has got an event planned tomorrow. So there will be party time if you wait long enough. 35 gone, 134 for 5. Now, a torrid start for England in the power play, normally depicted in red, but that could be for red spells danger, given what we've seen today.
Dan Mousley and his sweep. A love affair. Very adept. You saw him dink there to go 45, a square sweep, then the reverse sweep again. Getting really low. Head out in front, hands out in front as well. It gives him the ability to then go fine, go square, or even slog sweep. And in the middle overs, it's so important. With 4 fielders allowed maximum outside the circle, there'll always be that one space that you can access if you have both the sweep and the reverse sweep.
Been handed a little stat here by our good friend Srini from CricViz. 4 bowlers for the West Indies have bowled maidens today. Last time that happened was all the way back in 2015. Matches between 4 members. West Indies versus South Africa. Oh, this isn't going to be a maiden. That's a beautiful strike from Mousley. Curran tried to go over mid-on against the spin. On this occasion, Mousley pulls it off with some style.
Supreme skill when playing spin. Dan Mousley just spoke about the sweeps and reverse sweeps. He also has the advance in his locker. Difficult to keep quiet in the middle overs.
Mid-on stays up. inviting Mousley to go again. So, 2015 was the last time 4 bowlers in an ODI. West Indies versus South Africa, Port Elizabeth, January 2015. Holder, Russell, Sammy, who was the 4th one?
I just had a peek.
Well bowled, sir. 36 overs gone, 143 for 5. I mean, incredible the stats that come up. Srini just has numbers flashing through his brain on a permanent basis. Well, whatever happens in the series in terms of the result, some young England players are starting to get a feel for international cricket. Here's the Apex shot tracker. 80 metres over long on from Dan Mousley. Came to prominence and attention in the 100 for Birmingham Phoenix. He's played well for Warwickshire. My memory serves me correctly, and I have to think much harder about this than Srini would, because he'd have the answer straight away. But he defended 7 or 8 in the last set of a 100 game. There's that sweep again. It's pierced the gap. Chase has work to do and doesn't complete it successfully. The outfield down there is precarious, to say the least. The event here at the ground has meant that the grass regrowth has not been good. There's a lot of sand down there. And that 4, rare mistake from Roston Chase, brings up the 50 partnership.
You haven't seen the best of Gudakesh Moti. These two men are a big reason for that 50-run partnership. Once again, backing up the last partnership, 50 runs as well. And being done in slightly different fashion. Salt-Curran was more down the track, Phil Salt is as well. But Dan Mousley's added some dexterity, sweeps, reverse sweeps, little dinks.
Just went on with the arm. That is the end of Gudakesh Moti. 4 wickets in the first ODI in Antigua. It's been harder work from him, or for him, since then. None for 48 today to go along with his none for 71 in the second ODI. 147 for 5. Just the 5 bowlers used by West Indies again today. The extraordinary occurrence of England using 9 bowlers in Antigua and winning, as they did in 1987. Well, it's the second time. Second time he's made a little bit of width for himself, Phil Salt. No fielder back there on the offside. It's a really fine, no-risk shot for 4.
Yeah, he's bided his time well, Phil Salt, and this is perfect evidence of a continued attacking intent. But the temperament not to continue to attack when the ball is not there, but pounce on anything just short and wide.
Yeah, with that boundary, England went past 150. It's been a terrific innings this from Phil Salt. When you remember that his strike rate in ODIs prior to this game was 117. And just slowly beginning to accelerate after the trials and tribulations of that first 50.
Good adjustment from Mousley, looking to get down and sweep again, realizing the length wasn't there and being good enough to rock back, transfer the weight and still get off strike.
Salt will keep the strike. 12 overs to go, 155 for 5. Well, once again, West Indies trouble in terms of taking wickets through the middle overs of 50-over games is highlighted. And on an occasion where they took 4 in the power play, that'll be even more disappointing perhaps than matches that have preceded this one. Just the 5 bowlers used once again by Shea Hope. Ford will come back into the attack. He was excellent once again with the new ball. The dismissal of Jacks was a superb piece of bowling. Just holding the ball outside the off stump rather than that lavish inward movement that he usually gets through the air. West Indies might just be getting a little bit anxious as we get down to the back end, to party time. They haven't been able to get rid of Salt. He's still lurking. Remember the damage that Livingstone caused, having been patient through the middle back in Antigua.
The wicket of Jacks was a beauty, not only for the ball bowled, but for the build-up. He was very disciplined, swinging the ball back in. Ball just before that was slightly fuller, driven for 4. He dragged his length back, stood the seam up, and found the edge. That's the length he was on consistently. The line was a lot tighter generally, so as soon as Jack saw something outside his eye line, he went for it. And in that sequence, 4 for 1, you're happy with that. You got his boundary, you pull your length back, you take the edge, you get a wicket. That's what you're being asked to do. And just talking a bit about Dan Mousley, I remember captaining him for Warwickshire and being impressed by, again, the heart, the passion, the love for the game, and obviously very talented. And one of the things that stuck out to me is that year that I did captain, he would have been in the starting 11, but got injured, coming back from injury, and was asked to go down to the twos and play some cricket and prove a little bit of fitness. And it's so easy for someone like himself who, a little bit of hesitation. Poor throw from Evan Lewis. Did well enough getting to the ball quickly. Dip and look, a little bit of hesitation, that's the chance. But a bad throw from Evan Lewis, way too far from the stump. The bounce is fine, but the distance away from the stumps took any chance away from the run out. And back to your story about Dan Mousley, he was asked to go down to his second 11s, prove his fitness, get a little bit of form back, and a player as young as he was then would scoff at it and want to be involved. And he said, yeah, that's fine. I know I'm good enough. I'm going to go prove it. And he got 80 odd in one of the finals day games. And just his demeanor around the team, the energy he showed, the will, the want to get back up and not sulking. Seems simple. Butch having a little bit of a chuckle. I think I know what he's going to refer to. Showed a lot about his character, and it's been a pleasure to see his rise ever since then. He's now a staple in the 100 team. He's been playing from franchise cricket, and you've been hearing good things around the traps about him off the field, even coming on the field as a sub and bringing a lot of energy, taking very good catches, infecting run-outs. Those little things that aren't necessarily seen go a long way to showing you the character of a player. And if he can add on-field performance at this level, he'd be a top bloke to have in the dressing room, whether international level or below.
You obviously had an excellent role model in yourself. No sulking from you ever, was there?
Pass, well left, just outside the off stump.
Didn't quite get it out of the middle, but found the gap. Should pick up 2. 6 runs from the 39th, 160 for 5. Well, good to see a smile on the face of England's white ball captain, Josh Buttler, who will be making his return to competitive cricket at the weekend as the T20 International Series starts. And a slightly more relaxed looking England dressing room as well. So these two continue to build a good partnership. And we're just 1 over away from the fabled party time, Carlos. It's confirmation of where we've been and what's coming. 3rd one-day international today here in Barbados. 2 T20 internationals Saturday and Sunday. And then I think we get a chartered flight off to St. Lucia on Monday to finish the whole thing off. Sounds a lot flashier than it is, believe me. Definitely not a Learjet or anything like that.
Adding the standing on the tarmac, it's fun times, isn't it?
Having the skin roasted off your back on the tarmac. No, all good. All good. No complaints here.
I would say, though, as a Barbadian, is very happy to be home, and I think Barbados is absolutely paradise, every sense of the imagination. But one island that I do love is St. Lucia, so I'm hoping that the producer is listening and they'll take us to the Sulphur Springs and potentially do, you know, some promo around Darren Samia as coach, get us up the hill, down the hill, into the Sulphur. Hint, hint.
I'd forgotten you were on tour, to be honest. You just left us. I was just in the hotel by myself. Producer's gone. Jordan disappeared to Dominica or somewhere. Uttam Chandani left, gone. Bish never comes out of his room. To find my own entertainment. Right, it is now that period of the game. Power play number 3, phase number 3, last 10 overs, 163 for 5. decisions. Clearly, Shea Hope is going to be sticking with, you would presume. We won't see Shafane Rutherford at this late stage, so he's got his 5 main bowlers, and they will be the ones to finish things off. 10 overs to go. Shea Hope would have hoped that England would be 7-8 down at this point, but as it is, they still have half their lineup left, and Salt is ready to go. They'll get the 1 eventually.
Should have been a dot. Miscommunication. I'm just wondering, 3 overs left for 4 to 2.5. Technically, Alzarri Joseph 3 left, Shepherd 4. West Indies have struggled in this period. Could it be an option for Captain Shea Hope to split the bowlers and not let them bowl 3 on the trot? So 2s. Ford has already bowled 1. This would be his 2nd. Take him off after this one. Get Shepherd in for 2. Alzarri probably would have to bowl 3. It's difficult to bowl 2 and then come back for 1. But can he rotate his bowlers a little bit better in this final phase? So albeit they're not the most proficient, and it is an area that they struggle, but with what you have, how can you best maximize it?
Yeah, well, Shepherd, his strength is obviously mixing up his pace, but also bowling at left-handers, so he got that in his advantage. Oh, would you look at that? That is quite magnificent. The ground held its collective breath there while the ball was in the air. Brandon King with the dive and the handoff. Darren Sammy absolutely loves it. And what's the problem with taking wickets in the middle when you can pick them up at the end?
An umpire referral for a fair catch. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Can we have a look at that catch, please? Q clearly caught it. He's inside the boundary and releases the ball before he goes over, and it's caught then. Thank you, I've made my decision.
Well, Salt goes. He'd done all the hard work, got himself to the period of the game where he could really have a go, and ends up perishing to a piece of brilliance from Brandon King. Alzarri Joseph will take the credit in terms of the name in the book, but the man in the picture there, Brandon King, has pulled off a stunner.
This is absolutely sensational. Well, not that one. That was just a dot.
Right, it was a nice shot.
It was a nice shot. But Matthew Ford comes back. You're in party time. Phil Salt tries to go downtown with the wind, and Brandon King tracked it all the way. Give Alzarri Joseph 5% credit for staying with the play.
Did you see Alzari's face? He wasn't even impressed. Not even that could bring a smile to his face today.
But give him a little bit of credit. He's that long on. If you're not aware, if you're not staying with the play, it's quite easy for that to fall into no man's land when Brandon King throws it back. But the sheer awareness of Brandon King to be pedaling back, take the catch, lift his head up, and perfectly wait the throw to Alzarri Joseph. In football parlance, to say that's a tap-in. All the hard work done by Brandon King, and Alzarri Joseph gets all the credit. Cruel, cruel game.
Oh, I don't think they'll mind. It will be replayed time and time again, and it will be King's name that rings out. Spare a thought for Phil Salt. 74 from 108. He got himself into the position that he was looking for. The last 10 overs, and perishes to a piece of brilliance. Just got it off the toe of the bat, didn't he? We both felt that the sound that it made, and also just the velocity off the bat, wasn't quite big enough. It still would have made it, you'd think. But for the King. Well, in the midst of all of that, Jamie Overton has made his way out to the middle at number 8. Had an ineffective game in the loss in Antigua, the first CG United one-day international. Made a duck, first ball duck, and didn't bowl. He's now at the crease again. He's got a little bit of time perhaps to get himself in. England want to find out whether Jamie Overton, batting down at number 8, can be an effective seam bowling all-rounder for them. I'm not sure if he's in the side to bowl today, but they're desperate to find someone who can bowl their fair share of overs, take some wickets and dong it out of the park at number 8. (164 for 6), successful over for Ford. Romario Shepherd, first appearance of the series, picked up 2 for 29 inside the power play when he was bowling Alzari Joseph's overs. Oh, goodness me. Oh, that's comedy. I hope it doesn't turn into tragedy for Romario Shepherd. I think he's got a smile on his face. Or is it a grimace?
West Indies fans wouldn't want to see this. Obviously, the welfare of the player is very important and paramount. But in the context of this team, Romario Shepherd is very important with batting hand as well. Just look, he just got his toe stuck in the ground upon delivery. See a better shot here.
Yeah, got his the studs of his left boot just caught in the ground, and that could be really nasty. All that weight going through the left leg, ankle or knee, hip, and it turned out to be a gift for Mousley. Looks like his calf is requiring a bit of a stretch at the minute.
But that ball from Romario Shepherd was a slow ball, or a 10-pitch slow ball. This wicket also was a slow ball. Just ran his fingers down the side of it, almost like cutter-like. So it's not a slow ball in the sense that it takes 10 to 15 Ks off. It's just a cutter, just enough to miss the middle of the bat. And if Phil Salt had middled that, it would have disturbed a few of the solar panels on the roof. But the drop in pace, 4 to 5 Ks, and the offset of where it hit on the bat, closer to the toe in the middle, allowed Brandon King to be able to take that spectacular catch that he did and get rid of Phil Salt, who would have been dangerous in this period.
Well, this is bad news for the West Indies. Bad news for Romario Shepherd. Bad news for Shea Hope. He was hoping to get through the 50 overs using just the 5 specialist bowlers. Now he's going to have to find overs from somewhere else. Just completely innocuous, really. Just got the studs just got caught in the ground. And then all his weight and momentum went through that left leg, which was in no position to take that sort of weight, and he is in big trouble here. So it looks like it will be Shafane Rutherford, having said that Hope probably wouldn't need to use him. He comes in with an important job to do right now. Never bowled in phase 3 of a one-day international innings, overs 41 to 50. So this is a new challenge for him. Real challenge to get Romario Shepherd up the stairs. He's a big heap of a man.
Solid unit he is.
He certainly is. Right. So Mousley in the driving seat, 40 from 51. Overton yet to get off the mark. And Rutherford with at least 5 balls to bowl. Yeah, Romario Shepherd had, well, 3.5 overs left, say 4 overs left. So Hope has to find 4. Rutherford will certainly bring in the old adage that you miss, I hit. Tends to get it nice and straight and full. So he bowls a bouncer. Good though. Mousley was advancing, expecting exactly what I was describing, and got something completely different.
Just questioning at 113 Ks if he does need deep third, or if mid off back to long off is a more viable option for a wicket.
Nice connection, but should only be one. Well, I'm guessing that they'll both go back with Overton on strike. His strength is down the ground. It looks as though Hetmeyer's coming up inside the circle at long off, so there's a gap that will interest Overton. Nicely bowled, cramped him for a bit of room, had cover deep on the leg side. This is looking like a nice little bonus for Shea Hope and the West Indies. Overton yet to get off the mark on tour.
He'd be kicking himself. 120 Ks on the hip, and they just hit the tie pad and dribbles away. You couldn't want a better opportunity presented to get your first run in ODI cricket.
Wide, might be a few more. Oh, brilliant. Superb cover. Shamar Joseph on the sub. Hayden Walsh is on the field for Brandon King, we think. And Shamar Joseph on from the stricken Romario Shepherd. Oh, he gets away. Gets his first one-day international run with his first one-day international boundary. And that over, the combination of Shepherd and Rutherford yields 12 for England. 176 for 6.
Last over, the biggest of the innings, 12 runs. Alzarri Joseph now, who's actually been good back end of the innings in the final power play, 7 runs and over last couple of years. Remember, the West Indies conceded 12 and over in that second ODI. They've gone the 2 of Matthew Ford, who's been impressive with his variations. He's got 2 left. But the big problem for Shea Hope now will be who to fill Shepherd's overs. Well, it has to be Rutherford, but can England be smart enough in their approach to know that they can maximize against Rutherford? That over the last one going for 12. Happy to inform the viewers that Ian Bishop is alongside.
Hi, Nikhil. Hello, everyone. They'll be hoping that somehow this pair at the crease, and if necessary, those to come, can take them up close to that 240, 250 mark. If they can push hard, Adil Rashid can stick around.
It's good running. They've pushed the West Indies all day. Maximized on a couple of overthrows as well. Not that time. The one thing that's been different today in Shea Hope and the structuring of his bowlers, last game, Chase and Moti bowled 4 of the last 10. Moti, for example, in those 2 went for 30. So he's managed today to use his spinners in the middle and make sure he has his seam to bowl in this final power play. And obviously, he wouldn't have planned for Shepherd to go down.
We've spoken about what England will be hoping to do with Mousley very well set, nearing a half century. Shea Hope will be, I suppose, salivating or hoping, no pun intended, that Alzari can get a wicket so that if he has to use Rutherford, there's be an easing of the pressure.
Well negotiated that over from Dan Mousley. 181 for 6. If you joined us late, Phil Salt, very gutsy and responsible innings of 74 to resurrect England's effort. They were 24 for 4. And Rutherford continues from over the wicket. No, there's never one set way to do it, but if you were in that England dressing room, Bish, is it you try to take on these overs and maybe see off the 2 of Joseph? Or are you waiting and trying to get as deep as possible, maybe to the 46th, 47th over?
Michael, it's a good question, actually. That depends on how Mousley feels at the crease, how Overton feels, whether they feel confident in pulling the trigger right now, which is one option. You're right. Some teams will think that way. Other teams will say, let's wait until the last 5 before we do that. Not that you're going to stick around and just noodle it right now. You get a bad ball, put it away.
That has been put away. Excellent patience by Dan Mousley.
Come on, England!
Pick the length well. And more importantly, finding the gap.
He's got the deep point and deep third for that option to go across him and go wide, hitting into the wind. But he's also got the 3 deep fielders. Mousley is shown if he goes too short, he will take him on. Now for Overton, right-hander. Same field, 3 deep on the leg side with the deep third, deep point. That is hitting into the wind. 6 from the over, they'll take that, the West Indies, 187 for 6.
The sun to come on, the rain to fall. Even it snows in Barbados. We're gonna party! 6 overs to go!
A couple of 70-run partnerships helped England get to this point. 6 overs to go. They'll be looking to maximize, much like they did 3 days ago in Antigua. They got 93 off the last 10. Correction, 100 in the last 8.5 overs. That is sweet. And first sign of real aggression from Jamie Overton, but this is his capabilities with bat in hand.
It's a terrific shot, to be honest. Great power. It's okay, no shame in putting that down. And this is the danger presented now, Joseph. Will he pull his length back?
It was the one thing West Indies reflected on coach James Franklin, and when they looked at their approach to Livingstone and Curran, they felt they could have gone pace off a bit more in that second ODI. A lot of attempted Yorkers, which they obviously missed and failed to execute, and England used the pace. The Apex shot tracker tells us 89 meters that has gone for. Field was set for the short ball, but fine leg was in the circle. So it's great awareness from Dan Mousley to get to his maiden one-day international half-century. Bright future, and this will be a gutsy knot that he will remember for a long time.
Well, you always remember your first. Given the problems that England were in initially. With all respect, from 24 for 4, he's played his part in a restoration of the innings. It could be very exciting from here now, because as we mentioned just now, what ideally the West Indies would want is to get one of these two out, so there'd be slightly less pressure on Sherfane Rutherford. But now heading into the last 5 with Mousley well set and Overton now having spent a little bit of time at the crease, if they don't dismiss one, it could be a real fun time.
It's gone pace off once in this over. 127, that second delivery. They will get back for 2. Just could be closer than Mousley thinks.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire referral for a run out. Can I see your best one, please? Best angle. Round bat grounded before the bails have come off. Thank you, I'm ready to make my decision.
Yeah, not the most orthodox of dives, but does the job.
I think the width of the throw, the return, allowed Mousley enough time to get back into complete 200 up. Had it been a more direct throw, who knows?
Able to step on the accelerator even with wickets down and West Indies bowling well. They'll reflect on the middle of the West Indies, where they only picked up 1 wicket, continues to be an area of concern.
Mousley's innings, 18 off his first 30 deliveries, strike rate just over 50. And then 37 of his next 36 deliveries. As he go wide of off stump.
Deep backward point employed. Well executed. That's what the West Indies missed in the second ODI. 202 for 6. Yeah, a couple of big overs. 12, the 42nd over, sorry, going for 12. Now this one, the 45th over, going for 15. So England applying pressure, putting the West Indian bowling attack under pressure. Shea Hope has gone for Matthew Ford, a change of ends. It's been impressive and a big series in Ford's development on a couple of fronts. First of all, the way he's bowled outside the power play, where he's carried this tag of swinging the new ball and being limited to just the swing. 5 of his 7 wickets in the series have come outside the first 10 overs, which is a small win for him. This your favorite delivery, wide York.
Following Jacob Bettel, his close friend and county teammate, now international teammate, who scored his half century in Antigua. Mousley now notches up one of his own and looking to finish the innings. We talked about the way that he paced his early part of his innings.
He lost his bat. So if Ford was able to collect cleanly, likely he could have ran him out. It's all happening.
Tripped over his bat as well. Most of that boundary scoring has come on the onside. Most of his scoring.
Good from Ford. Going wide to Mousley, left-hander. Now going pace off and into the pitch to the right-hander, using the wind and bigger boundary. And yeah, Bish, on Ford and his development. The first thing was obviously the wickets outside the power play. Also, one thing noticed in both ODIs, his first spell was very expensive. Went at 6.5 runs per over in both of the ODIs in Antigua. Today, though, 6 overs for 18 runs and a wicket.
He doesn't have as much pace as, obviously, Alzarri Joseph and Seals and Shamar Joseph are quicker. What he has been doing well and developing well, I hope I don't put the kiss of death on it, is using his variations very well through the middle and even at the back end in Antigua. And so he looks as though he's someone the West Indies could continually further develop in that end of innings bowling role, which is very difficult. You'll go for runs on some days, but you want more good days than bad. But he's not predictable in his pace, and he seems to be able to hit that wide line relatively well. He got Curran in Antigua bowling slow and wide.
No boundary conceded in the 46th over. Well bowled, Matthew Ford, 207 for 6.
We got a great session for you guys with the boy Spinny. Towards the lunch break. Big up Joaquin.
4 overs to go. Ford and Joseph, 1 each. You'll need to make up the other 2, which probably will come from Sherfin Rutherford. So England can be smart about this and target those 12 deliveries of Rutherford. But Joseph will be thinking wicket now. Deep, fine leg, backward square. Mid-wicket and long on. 4 deep on the leg side, hitting into the wind, Mousley. And the plan works to perfection. That is execution at its finest from Alzarri Joseph. And this is why Shea Hope was on the aggressive, bowling him now.
Yes, trying to break the partnership so that if Sherfin Rutherford has to continue bowling a couple more overs, that there'd be slightly less pressure. Not that there won't be any pressure on him. And we talk about that wind. Even with that big stand over there, it does not stop the wind from impacting the ball and killing it somewhat in the air. Impressive from Dan Mousley, 57 to 07 for 7.
Jofra Archer today in ahead of Adil Rashid, who was sent early in the first one international, maybe because of his power ability.
Yeah, I like this. Good captaincy. I suspect that he was trying to go a little bit fuller, Alzarri Joseph, but he followed Mousley and asked him to hit where most of his deep fielders are. They can't believe it. Moti appreciates it. You're absolutely right, Nikhil, in that why I say it's good from Shea Hope. You know that Rutherford has to bowl a couple more for as long as the innings go. So what you wanted to do if you're Shea Hope, and you can split hairs about several things that he's done in the series, but on this occasion, bringing Matthew Ford from the Malcolm Marshall end for one, delaying his return to the bowling effort and giving Alzarri one more.
It wasn't long ago that Jofra Archer was here in Barbados before the series, competing in the elite competition in Barbados. His Wildy side is second in the table. Carlos Brathwaite also plays for that team, so he'll be jumping for joy, but he was batting, got a couple of 50s in the club season, wickets of course. So he backs his ability with bat in hand, as we've heard before from Carlos in the series.
Yeah, many of us actually with Jofra would, well, certainly for myself, I was expecting his batting to have evolved a little bit more than it has at the moment. He obviously has that ability, and as you said, Carlos has pinched all the best players, has he? But will he? Yeah, I was hoping that at this stage we would have seen more, but we can still see some of his ability.
Just want to say, Bish, I think we are so fortunate in Barbados for our younger players to have guys like Jofra Archer. I mean, last weekend, he'll never tell you this, but Carlos Brathwaite went to just sub a game for Wildy. His presence alone and the commitment these guys show when they come back to Barbados to give back to the future generation. Jofra Archer is so committed to that Wildy club. Every chance he gets, he's playing for them. And I think it's a great learning opportunity for so many Barbadians. Runs, fortunate runs for England. That was the plan from Alzarri Joseph, but boundary to end the over, 214 for 7.
A boundary hurts you at any time, but Alzarri will be even more pain because it's come off the last delivery of his 10-over spell. Still been a good outing with the ball for him, barring the indiscretion on field very early in the innings.
Once again, welcome to paradise, welcome to the Mecca. Hey! Make sure tonight you have your tickets to the World Series starting on Saturday.
With all that's happened today, Alzarri Joseph still has been very impressive with his control of length early on and then his execution of a plan back in. 2 for 45, he'll reflect on that as a decent run out. Rutherford has got that in the gap, you know, could potentially get 2. And just to clarify, Shea Hope has had no choice but to go to Rutherford now because Ford has only got 1 over left. Brave line with fine leg up. again, bowling to the field. And I suppose this is the reason why James Franklin has been working excessively with Rutherford in the nets when he's finished his batting, bowling a lot of deliveries, because they're trying to develop a 6 bowling option who can fill in, not only when guys get injured, but sometimes, you would know, Bish, it's good to have that variety in your attack on a day where another guy is going for runs. James Franklin, of course, bowling coach of the West Indies.
We saw James Franklin on the right of your screen there, standing next to Floyd Reefer. And it's an odd phenomenon I find in the game generally in the last decade or so, where previously you used to have a lot of top order batters turning their arm over even in matches. And that's sort of, I find that has gone away from the game quite a lot across formats. The batters seem, a lot of them, reluctant to bowl at all. Talk about someone like a Marlon Samuels, Rohit Sharma before his shoulder injury used to bowl a fair bit. Virat even turned over his hand at one point. You can go back in time to a number of others. And I think that's something that batsmen can look at. We've got a number in the West Indies here. Kabem Hodge, I think, is one in Test cricket who could bowl a bit more. Alec Afanese isn't one who can turn his arm over.
Power. Using his feet and getting absolute power.
This is something to work with, and they're not done yet. You know, 228 for 7 now. Jofra himself, I think, might enjoy bowling on this surface, as will Reece Topley, Adil Rashid. If they can push towards 245. $250 would be not exactly what they dreamed of, but on here at Kensington Oval, certainly workable.
I know chasing has been highly favoured, but it's not been the most straightforward of surfaces. Really well played. And it's raced to the boundary. Big over again. They're making use of Rutherford's deliveries. 19 from the 48, 233 for 7.
Several times this over, he's erred down that leg side, a couple of wides, and with short fine leg in place, the margin for error is small. (13 from 7 for Jofra Archer, strike rate 185, helped a lot by this 6. Very flat, as our Apex tracker will show. And they were discussing, Overton and Archer, about the variation, the pace off. You could see the animations in between overs with Matthew Ford to bowl his last.
Good plan that Jofra Archer used in the last game. Can go wide Yorker forward, can go pace off and wide. Archer will be looking at deep cover. They've got deep point, deep extra cover, and deep long off. So if he can get some bat on it square, where Rutherford is middle left of screen now, can get the ball through there for a boundary. There's the back of the hand slower ball. And I know maybe too early, Bish, but I'm very curious to see if, given what Ford has shown and his skill set in this series with his execution at the back end and his variations, if that has convinced Darren Sammy heading into the T20 series, if he's one to invest in. Was picked, was then left out of the last one. There's another variation. Do they think he's someone they can invest in the T20 format to maybe bowl 2 in the power play and 2 middle to back end?
I would say you have to consider him and not already eliminate him from a format because of these variations.
Well picked up. Great positioning from Jamie Overton. This has been such a valuable knock.
Impressive from Overton, 32 from 20, and still time to add to it. Could take this up to 250 or more, and he'd have had to reset with all the variations coming his way.
This time goes wide and gets his man. Again, commitment to a plan from the West Indies. And they've got Overton, big wicket, with 1 over to go.
And this is why you have to think he's only been in the game 2 minutes in international cricket, Matthew Ford, but he's already showing great awareness and skill. Some people don't like the wide line delivery. Seals suffered at it in the previous game, but if you can do it well, you get this result. Handy innings from Overton, 238 for 8.
Adi Rashid with 6 deliveries remaining. England can maximize and try to get 12 at least.
2 things. You have to reach for it, and then you have to hit it into the wind on that side of the ground, even for that huge stand. Yeah, I just wanted to stress the point. I think when you look at Ford, who's 23 now, I think, Seals is 23, Shamar Joseph has only been about a year in international cricket. A lot of people are saying they can't be this or they can't be that. It's too early to already pigeonhole what they can and cannot be.
Misfield. And that is exactly what you don't want at this stage of the innings as England inch closer to 250.
At times tonight, the feeling we spoke very early in the piece was good. Hetmeyer committed an error at the beginning, and here now at the back end, and he'd be hoping that these little bloopers are not costly in a result. Should have done much better.
Misfield, and the next one disappears. Jofra Archer, what a knock. They're 2 for 8 now, 3 balls to go.
If you just joined our telecast, you're wondering why Rutherford is bowling at this stage and people coming in to watch at different stages. Mario Shepherd injured himself bowling late in the piece. Rutherford had to finish that over and bowl and supplement what Shepherd missed out on. Shepherd would have been key in trying to bowl Yorkers and pace off at this stage. Nothing that bothers England though.
That will be a no ball and more runs. This is the power element of Jofra Archer's game we've long talked about.
Brings up 250. From 24 for 4. And here at Kensington Oval, given the way scores have gone, even though chasing has been more successful, this is something England would duly accept and work with.
Free hit delivery disappears as well. That is into the wind. Really impressive.
What a time for Jofra Archer to achieve his highest score in international cricket here at Kensington Oval. He understands and knows facilities very well. Many of the fans would have travelled from the UK to come here to watch. Many of the local fans would know Jofra, born and grown in these parts. Damaging the West Indies here.
Jofra Archer wants to strike. Remember in the last ODI, Saqib Mahmood bowling the last over of the first innings went for 19. Rutherford has now gone for 23. That helped the West Indies get past 320. This has helped England get past 250. Will not be a boundary to end, and Archer sent Rashid back, and now he will decide to run. Not sure what that was about, but they get 100 runs from the final 10 overs. The bowling woes of the West Indies at the back end continue, and 25 of them come in the 50th over. Well done to Overton, Mousley, Jofra Archer. What a start to the innings that is. Maybe that's a sign of what's to come and a reflection of how good this surface has become.
Well, one thing is for sure. That is the most emphatic of starts for Brandon King. He's looked scratchy at times in the course of the series. And there is a little bit of a whisper that he scores most of his runs against the associate and lesser nations in ODI cricket, but that would have given him an enormous amount of confidence. Field change straight away. One of the two men on the leg side has now come over to reinforce that extra cover region.
Driving again, classy again, Brandon King again.
Well, it's another full delivery. Archer searching for a bit of swing that is not there. Needs to drag that length back a little, but beautiful again through extra cover from King.
England got Brandon King out driving to point last game. There was a build-up of good length, then going fuller. Important series, but obviously for England, who are 7th in the rankings, and for a young group, could only imagine an overseas win in the first series would do amazing for your confidence. But for the West Indies, winning series against full member nations has been a struggle, a difficulty. Get back to it. Only one series win out of 11 going back 3 years against the top 10 teams. The only one that is the one against England last year.
Yeah, good omen. It's important for England as well to reverse the trend that has been pretty poor since the 2023 World Cup. Only won 6 games out of 16 since then. And therefore, even though it is a young side and an experimental side in many ways, need to stop the rot.
Couple of slips for Evan Lewis. We've seen this throughout the series. Archer's beaten his outside edge a couple of times.
Yeah, from around the wicket, wasn't it, in that successful run chase for the West Indies in Antigua. Jofra built up a bit of a head of steam and got it moving away from the left-hander from around the wicket. He's over at the moment, 2 slips in place.
Deep backward square for the pull that Lewis plays. Challenging him again, just around that off stump, maybe 4th stump line. But 11 comes from the first over. Good start for the West Indies in search of 264. Remember, 9 of 11 matches at Kensington Oval have been won by the chasing team. Great to see Reece Topley, who's had his injury difficulties. Think back to the last World Cup. First time he's playing a one-day international in the Caribbean. Played the 5 T20Is here at Kensington back in 2022. Look to use that subtle breeze. Take the ball into Brandon King. Phil Salt did say in the flash with Carlos Brathwaite, Butch, that new ball, it was doing a bit.
Yeah, it was perhaps the bounce, actually, the steepness of the bounce more than anything else. And that ball definitely climbed from Reece Topley. Hit Phil Salt awkwardly up around about chest height. He tried to go fingers down, but it got big on him.
He said he felt it got easier after the new ball and after the first power play, and the numbers reflect that. 24 for 4 after 10. Every over from there, the next 40, they scored at 6 runs and over. Where's the one coming back in? Goes through him, so will be extra runs. Could be 4 extra runs. It will be. Not the best of starts for England.
No, certainly not. A couple of half volleys in the first over to King from Archer. Topley does just get this one to swing back into the right-hander. Starts it way too straight. Pitched outside leg stump. Kept going. And unlike the previous delivery, that one stayed down.
He has looked supreme to start this innings. 3 fours all in the offside.
Yeah, England were very careful to not allow Brandon King any room to hit the ball through the offside in that first game back at North Sound. And you can see exactly why. Keep it away from there because it'll thrash you through the covers all day long.
$20 for none. Brandon King, Evan Lewis looking for better returns as an opening pair, much like they got in the first ODI where they put on a big stand. Jofra Archer continuing.
Yeah, wonder if Romario Shepherd will be able to bat, should he be required. There's an injury cloud over Phil Salt as well. On the field, just looking at the digits of Phil Salt. He took a nasty blow in that previous Topley over.
A bit of painkillers.
This was the incident. Ball just continued to climb on Phil Salt. Ended up with his fingers pointing directly at it, and it banged him on the end of one. Not advisable, the crocodile technique. Well, in marked contrast to England's innings, the ball has hit the middle of the bat with quite a lot of regularity during the first 2 overs and a bit. As it climbed and maybe just faded on Phil Salt a little bit. A bit of wobble as the ball went through.
I think if you had to ask Phil Salt, which one place in the world other than England you want to play your cricket, he'll say the Caribbean. 200s last year, a couple of 50s in the ODI series this year, decent World Cup as well.
Yeah, he's a much improved player. There's a much more all-round game in the last 12 months or so. Works extremely hard, absolutely loves it. Why wouldn't you?
So commanding. Signature Evan Lewis.
Well, he did this to Jofra in Antigua from around the wicket. Banged him over long on for 6. Over the wicket, full. Same result. Archer very much worried, and the England bowlers will be concerned about getting a little bit on the short side to Evan Lewis because he's so strong on the pull shot. Now when they're getting it up there, he's banging it back over their head for 6. A conundrum.
Right, after that shot, second slip comes out, deep third comes up into the circle. He's now going to commit both deep fielders leg side, maybe protection for a shorter delivery. No wind at the moment, so he isn't really hitting with the wind. Right, time to find out a bit more insight into that maximum thanks to our Apex tracker. Look at the height, Butch. 78 meters.
It's lovely. Looks like the Wembley Arch. Well, not been the start that was prescribed for England. West Indies have not done anything out of the ordinary, simply put away the bad ball. A little bit of ill discipline in terms of line and length. Slightly puzzled look on the face of England captain Liam Livingstone.
Did that just slide on? Where's the height of that delivery? Where did it strike him? Now Livingstone is indicating that as well.
Well, that was through him for pace. If it just stayed down a little, certainly nipped back, which is the delivery they're looking for to King. That's the end of the over. 27 without loss. Excellent delivery. Salt says hi. Livingstone had said hi. That's the ball they're looking for to King. Just pitching just outside off stump, nipping back, not allowing him to get the ball through the offside. It's taken Jofra Archer 12 deliveries to find it. In the meantime, West Indies are galloping away, 27 without loss.
First time we're seeing top play against Evan Lewis. Very good record against left-handers. Averages 17 against them with almost half his ODI wickets coming against the lefty. 2 slips with a deep backward square, deep third, wide deep third.
Yeah, and that's exactly why. Let's have a look at the LBW to see if the height verdict was the correct one. Yep, absolutely.
He must be saying, what do I have to do to get a wicket? 11 power play overs now without a wicket, Jofra Archer. First 2 games, as you were speaking about earlier, but 3 runs and over he conceded. Today, obviously, a bit more expensive. Hasn't timed it as well as he would have liked. But no real danger there because both fielders behind square.
Just always looking for the opportunity. Anything that gets around his right hip. Evan Lewis is just so quick to get the bat not quite horizontal, but to try and whip it over onto the leg side. That's why England sometimes have got a little over full at him. He's very, very strong there. I mean, as with any strength, it can cause your downfall. He wasn't quite in control of that one.
He's shifting his deep backward square to almost a deep mid wicket in front of square after the last shot. So nobody is at short fine leg or deep fine leg with the two slips. Two from the over, good from Topley. 29 for now.
Well, the starts couldn't have been more contrasting. West Indies flying along. Run rate is 7.25. England were 10 for 2, and it would only get worse.
England 10 for 2 after 4. Not sure about that guy on the left in that shirt. Really important not this for Brandon King. Since that 100 against Oman at the qualifiers last year, 12 innings, he's only averaged 15. So this is the time for him to get runs under some degree of pressure, even though they backed him. Wide signal, so no excitement. Right, Butch, in the second ODI, England did well to get Brandon King early. Now, before this moment, John Turner going fuller to Brandon King, there was a setup. And it was the control of length that we saw from the West Indies earlier today, where they continued to bash away on a good length, sometimes short of a length, but mainly they weren't full. And eventually they got to the fuller delivery, as Carlos Brathwaite says, attacking length. So I want to know from you, Butch, as a batter, how difficult is it to be facing consistently of a good length and then get that change up?
The issue for batters today and batting first at North Sound last week, but that when you're batting first, you've got that little bit of sort of slow upward bounce. So the adjustment into the drive, the ball has to be really full to be able to drive with any confidence. We saw the England batters trying to drive on the up today, getting undone. Brandon King was the same. I think the difficulty for Brandon King was that England, in the first two one-day internationals, really managed to sort of nail down that ball moving back in towards him, cramping him for room through the offside. So when he saw that full wide delivery, he wasn't all that worried about the length. He just saw the width and threw his hands at it.
Yeah, that ball into him as the tactic teams use a lot. Sri Lanka used the short ball a lot against him. We know Jofra Archer has the pace. He does have deep fine leg if he wants to use that option.
Yeah, it just seems to be struggling to find a consistent length at the moment. Jofra is either a little on the short side or over pitched. Not seeing him try a genuine bouncer yet.
Archer will be disappointed with that series of dots, feeling like he's building to something, and then King gets off strike. Both deep fielders, leg side for Lewis again. Tries to bluff him by going full. Evan Lewis says, thanks very much. Read the plan like a book. 35 for none. Great way to end last over.
Yeah, again, overpitched. And dealt with. Well, we gave Jofra the big build-up. None for 24 from 3 thus far. Liam Livingstone will be thinking perhaps about a change. Just needs to get some control of this innings. Ideally pick up a wicket.
What an effort. Jacob Bethel, such an athlete.
Yeah, caught some spectacular catches in the deep during the 100 for Birmingham Phoenix. Put him pretty much anywhere. He's got fabulous hands, great awareness, good speed across the ground.
Jacob Bethel obviously spent his first 14 years here in Bridgetown, Barbados, so a special moment for him. His family's here, and many people will know his journey began in the under-13 competition, which happens every year, and it's organized by this man, Leslie Reefer. And Bethel won player of the tournament. He helped Franklin Stevenson win the tournament when he was 10 years old. So funny how the circle of cricket comes back around, Butch, and that's the Franklin Stevenson Academy. Almost a chance there.
Yeah, Sam Curran will be mighty disappointed he didn't affect this one. The bounce straight into his hands meant that King was always going to struggle. Didn't have to bend all the way down to pick it up. It just skipped up nicely. And King was well short.
Can the West Indies continue to hammer on this advantage? They're well in front, well ahead of where they need to be.
Yeah, and it's a terrific start when you've got a player like Shea Hope in your lineup. Because as long as when he gets in, the rate's no more than a run a ball, he can just go about his business and safely sail the ship towards home. So a good start, a fast start for the West Indies. Get through this power play without losing a wicket and going at 6 and over. They're in real business.
Nice responsibility shown by Evan Lewis. 36 for none. Six and over for the West Indies. Good start, and a big positive for England fans to see this man bowling again. Jamie Overton made his debut in the series. Yeah, hasn't bowled in 15 T20s. So, Butch, this is a big positive for England. Someone who can hit the deck, take pace off, and obviously offer a lot with his batting as well.
Yeah, I spoke to Rob Key before the series started, and he said that the reason that Overton played in that first game wasn't going to bowl was that he wanted to give him the opportunity to come in and show what he can do with the bat as a heavy hitter of the ball down at number 8. And if they can get him back to bowling again, then suddenly they've got a seam bowling all-rounder in the side for all conditions. Somebody who can really come in and hit it. Salt-Curran has had that role before, but he's less adept, particularly at the sort of the bare hitter's role. Much better when he's a little bit further up the order and has time to go out there and play.
No slip in place. More runs for Lewis. He's dealing in boundaries.
Yeah, benefiting from the positive start. When you've gone out there and found the boundary and found the middle of the bat, fielding captain gets rid of the catches, and then when you do make a mistake, 4 runs. Overton did a lot of work with now Pakistan assistant coach, bowling coach Azhar Mahmood. His time at Surrey, shortened his run-up, and had just started to bowl really well. He was capable of 90 miles an hour in his younger days. Then he struggled a little bit with bowling sort of chest-high full tosses and completely lost his radar. Azhar got hold of him at the Oval 2-3 years ago, shortened the run-up, got him a little bit more upright at the crease, shortened the delivery stride. It had started to pay dividends, and then that scourge of the fast bowler hit him with the stress fracture in the back.
Should be and is the first. And Overton on his return to bowling, showing his impact, hitting the deck.
Yeah, surprised Evan Lewis this. Lewis wouldn't have seen much of Overton, if anything at all. And he probably thought, change bowler, I'll get on top of this guy. But that ball rushed him, hit really high up on the bat before he got the arms through it. The simplest of catches for Adil Rashid, and that's a big breakthrough for England. 19 from 17, Lewis. West Indies 42 for 1.
Keacy Carty coming in off of 71 in the last ODI. 450s yet to get 100. Fastest delivery of the over from Overton.
Yeah, just slammed it into the deck. Big, tall man, very strong. And that rushed Evan Lewis, and no mistake. He's been imperious on the pull shot up till now. And that one caught him out.
It's interesting, actually, Butch, that they've gone with that planning. Last game as well, John Turner got Lewis pulling. And Lewis, renowned around the world, as you just said, as a great puller of the ball. But England have developed a plan to go short to him, and it's worked.
Well, yeah, as I mentioned before, strength can be a weakness because every time you see it go in there, you go after it. Whether or not the ball is quite the right length. On this occasion, it was clever from Overton because it just went across him. So not only did it do him for pace, but it got a little bit wider on him than he was expecting. Lewis, when he's at his best on the pull shot, is hitting it almost off his right hip. But that ball got just the other side of his body. Meant that he had to try and drag it a little bit. The combination of that and the pace that he wasn't expecting sees him sat on his backside in the dressing room.
Another short delivery, but wide. He can be such a valuable asset with his finishing in both the white ball formats if they can get him back to full fitness. There's a short ball to Brandon King, and still maintaining the deep fine leg. Almost backward square now for that short delivery with a deep third. .44 for 1.
England put 263 on the board here. West Indies in chase in Bridgetown. A lovely cool evening. 44 for 1. Overton returning for England and picking up the wicket of the dangerous Evan Lewis. Reece Topley's been good, parsimonious so far. Thomas Brathwaite beside me.
Yeah, good start for him. First ball on the tour. He's impressed. And he is an invaluable asset with the new ball. He stopped. He's a real wicket taker. But I think what he also offers England, should the game get deep. We've spoken so much about death bowling. With his left hand angle over the wicket to the right-handers, especially if he bowls from this end, and he can bowl the ball wide, whether pace off or full and wide Yorker length, becomes an even more difficult proposition.
It's a good ball. Polite inquiry. But yes, Ian Bishop waxed lyrically earlier about that, the need for some left arm pace in the West Indies setup, how valuable it is to a side.
Yeah, you love the option of the angle, the extra angle. Even on this occasion, you can see it just sliding across with the angle off the seam, creating a real challenge. Slip would feel as though he's in play every ball.
Well, we've got an intriguing encounter on our hands here. Just having a look here to see if there was any bat at all. Series locked 1 apiece. This is the decider in Bridgetown. West Indies started beautifully with the ball, put England under all sorts of pressure, and it was a fight back. It's a good total.
Yeah, I'd say cast your minds back to 20 odd for 3, 24 for 4. They would think that 264 is well above par, both West Indies and England. I think Romario Shepherd's injury was most unfortunate.
Has hammered, square and 4. Delighting the crowd here in the early evening.
Slapped in front of square by Brandon King. Most of his boundaries he's hit with real disdain. We normally know classy King. Seeing a glimpse into his power.
8 gone, 49 for 1. 49 for 1, the West Indies here in this chase, trying to secure the series here in Bridgetown. Keacy Carty, 2 off 4. Brandon King, 20 and 16 of those runs off boundaries. Decided against the run, stop there. But it is actually a discussion point here, Carlos, because it has been a strong start from the West Indies, at plenty boundaries, but maybe not rotating strike as best as they could.
Yeah, and there's something that they've flagged up, especially in the middle overs, but we're seeing it manifest itself in the power play as well. 33 dot balls so far in only 8 overs.
What a difference those 1s and 2s would make in between there.
And that's 50 up in the 9th over, so it's not a bad start by any stretch of the imagination. But if you've been so proactive, showed such good intent, and struck so many boundaries, those 33 dots, if you can get 8 to 10 of those in singles, is an even better position to be in, especially when you know the target beforehand.
Jamie Overton back with ball in hand, picking up a wicket in his first over. Very dangerous Evan Lewis.
Keeper.
They'll push for 2 and get back.
Jamie Overton hits the deck really hard. Played with him in January, and you in the practice, and when he bowls through, you actually hear the ball hit the pitch, a loud thud. This is Evan Lewis, John Turner from around the wicket, and then Jamie Overton from over it. 2 different angles, 2 separate interception points. And for someone who's so quick and so good on the short ball, I'm not exactly sure if it was a plan to him to get him up with the short ball, or the plan could have been to set him up with the fuller deliveries, drag his weight forward, and then give him a shorter delivery with his weight all over the place. We always remark about the short ball, how important it is. Sometimes the short ball doesn't get the wicket. On this occasion, it does. You drag him forward and then push him back, knowing that he can't resist. And then he comes back on this length, jogging it back to Brandon King. Very expressive. Bit between his teeth, out of the game for a bit. Loves his bowling, loves his cricket, and would want to make an even bigger impact than he has done so far with our 1 wicket, Evan Lewis.
Three from the over. 9 gone, West Indies, 52 for 1. Brandon King, 22, not out. Keacy Carty with him there, 3 off 6. 52 for 1, the West Indies. Into the 9th. Keacy Carty, the youngster. Between these two, Brandon King, it will be a crucial knot for him. He's had a difficult time this series. 30 off 56 in that first ODI and just 7 off 10 in the second. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Bisects the field as there's only going to be one winner. It's 4 more.
Hit on top of the bounce, up on his toes. Aesthetically pleasing from Keacy Carty. Beautiful stroke.
Angling away from that point fielder. It's a good effort, aggressive running. Those are the singles, perhaps, to which you referred, Carlos.
There'll be someone in a rum shop somewhere saying, good cricket. You get a boundary, you get off strike. Good stuff, good intent. Not sure if he'd be home had it been direct. Probably been gone by well away as well. But the intent to get off strike, push and run. The next thing is now the skill to hit it a little bit softer, use softer hands, whether to mid-off or into the offside.
Oh, that's whipped. So beautiful, the class of Brandon King on full display here, dealing in boundaries.
Once again in front of square, picking up the length, rolling his wrist on it. So no intention to go upward and go for 6. Always wanted to keep it down. He's seeing it as big as a breadfruit, Brandon King. And he's really pouncing on certain deliveries. Anything short and straight, he's hammering through mid-wicket. And anything full, he's climbing into his favourite cover drive. So I think it's been quite measured from him. He's identified a couple deliveries, couple scoring areas, and he's maximising those. The challenge to him now is, can you just rotate in between those deliveries? You look at this over, it's gone 4-1-4. Had it been 4 ... the bowler is back in the ascendancy. You get a boundary, you get off strike. It's a different batter, different skill sets. Bowler has to adjust his lengths, his lines, etc. Make it a little bit more difficult for the bowling unit.
And that's another beautiful stroke. It will be 4 more and a productive over for the West Indies. 13 from it, 10 gone, the end of the power play. West Indies 65 for 1. The West Indies worm taking off there, just the single wicket lost. Moving on with some rapidity here. Very different start, of course, from England, with the benefit of having a target to chase. Straight to the fielder, collected in the end. But it was a good start, an aggressive start from the West Indies. A couple of boundaries in that first over from off Archer.
Yeah, they've been pouncing on anything full. This is the wicket of Evan Lewis, and since then, a couple delightful boundaries, one from Keacy Carty, and Brandon King joined the action to finish as well.
It's a good ball. Dug out from Brandon King, he'll walk it off. $25 for 4 at this stage, England. It was all going wrong for them. Did a tremendous job to build the innings after that.
Just having a look at this, they're wondering if it would have been the worst review in international cricket if they had reviewed it. They just thought it clipped the boot on the way, and we can assure it didn't. So this is the power play comparisons. West Indies seamers, we lauded them for the consistency and length. England have gone just a tad fuller. Could potentially be the change in overhead conditions and trying to extract a little bit of swing. But you can say from this graphic that the length has been more successful, and it's proven with the 2 power play scores.
Oh, that is classy. Picks the fielder out in the deep. Yeah, you just wonder how much conditions may have changed in this day-night encounter. It was a steamy early afternoon, and England had bat in hand. Well, score by phase. West Indies have won the first battle.
It's that 41 to 50 hampering the West Indies team again.
Oh, that's nicely angled. And they should pick up a couple here, if not a boundary. Good work. Reece Topley and his body on the line in the deep. Save his team a couple of runs. I think they'll have a look at it. Hard to tell from this angle. Have a better look from this edge. Does he get the ball away from his hand before he touches? Oh, that looks good. But just the 2 runs. $69 for 1. Current action at Kensington Oval. The great Brian Charles Lara signing copies of his book. Lara recently released. What a dream for an English cricket fan to be in Barbados enjoying the ODI series and get to meet the great man himself. Get a copy of the book. Outstanding stuff. Adil Rashid now into the attack from the Joel Garner end. First spin of the innings. Interesting to see how King and Carty go about their work. Happy to see Brian Lara here. He's been working hard with his novel all summer. So I'm across the Caribbean during the CPL as well, and how fantastic that he can be here for this series.
Yeah, legend of the game. Done so much for West Indies cricket. It's good to see. A couple of famed innings against this opponent. And now he's able to share those stories with his book. And along with helping them relive those knocks and those experiences and the memories that you'd had watching the great man. You have the opportunity to have a collectible photo, signed copy.
Yeah, it would be an education. That book, Brian Lara, boy, a zeitgeist, a spirit of the time. He was and is, continues to be. You could find him on the golf course these days, of course. Another reason he might love to be in Barbados. Tight over, just the one run from it. 70 for 1. Oh, celebration, jubilation, Bridgetown by night, Kensington Oval, full of flavor. Music, of course, rhythm, and beautiful carnival costumes. Oh, there's some cricket as well. 70 for 1, the West Indies. Nice festive atmosphere around this ground this evening. Manages to find the fielder. We'll get the one run.
Yeah, interesting to see the tactics England will employ. From this end, Jamie Overton has been hitting it into the deck. This is 4th over. Be interested to know how much more he can bowl. Then if someone follows him, will they have a spinner and go double spin? Or would they use the pace and try to go head high, go short a little bit earlier than they did against Keacy Carty in Antigua?
Oh. Yeah, you mentioned how many more Overton may be able to bowl. Might be a case of workload management, having just come back and able to bowl. And now with injury.
Yeah, so they've gone cutter quite early there. I'm not sure if I'd want Jamie Overton bowling cutters. I think his skill set is best suited on this track to bowling hard length. And it's okay, I guess the odd cutter is fine. But can I get him bowling hard length, especially the Keacy Carty with the odd short ball?
This partnership rolling on to 30 runs off 37 balls between Brandon King and Keacy Carty. Oh, he's bowling very nicely, is Jamie Overton. Giving these two batters a lot to think about. Creating some pressure here, Overton. 3 dots on the trot.
There's a little bit more of what I'd want to see from him. Cross seam delivery, bang into the wicket. There will be a little bit of variation in bounce. Just because of the cross seam nature, it can hit the flat side and just skid through. It can potentially hit the seam and there'll be a little bit of variable bounce. You're hitting into the wind and you have protection.
Yeah, just 2 from the over, 13 gone. West Indies 72 for 1. Jamie Overton with the sole wicket so far for England. West Indies 72 for 1 in their chase. 264 is the target. Will Salt, Dan Mousley, Sam Curran and Jofra Archer. What a cameo. 38 off 17 for him. Very useful runs for England. None for one off his first, Rashid.
Adil Rashid, a good matchup for most right-handers in the world, especially to Brandon King, however. Versus leg spin, 14 innings, 10 dismissals, an average of 10.4. And Ian Bishop always remarks about having the option of a sweep or a reverse sweep. Brandon King has only played the sweep to 4% of deliveries in his ODI career. 39 runs off 23 balls, so not a bad strike rate, but been dismissed 5 times. And that could be the reason it's deterred him. But can the option be to get better at it? We saw how effective it was for Dan Mousley being able to sweep, to reverse sweep. Although Sam Curran doesn't play, just the threat of it forced mid-off up to keep 3 fielders back on the leg side. Can, as West Indies batters, we try to get better as a collective, sweeping and reverse sweeping. Can that help aid the quest to bat less dot balls in the middle overs?
Yeah, very much the modern game, isn't it? Creativity. Coming up with new and interesting ways to manage your innings. But here the dots are adding up. We've moved on to 53 dots here. It's in the 14th over. Slows down scoring for sure. But of course, also puts a lot of pressure back on the West Indies. And will buoy the English bowlers. They push for 2 here. Yeah, they will have it comfortably. 11 runs off the last 4 overs. Well, 14 gone. West Indies 76-4.
Liam Livingstone. And straight away, he gets a wicket, the captain. He's reviewed straight away, so we will see, but he's had his difficulties against spin in the series, Carty.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Front on coming up now. Thank you. It's gone very close to the bat, so can we go to ultra edge to see if there's any bat involved? Thank you. Ultra edge coming up now. Leslie, I've got a spike and the ball is on the bat. So there's bat involved, so you'll be overturning your original decision to not out. You're on screen now, Leslie. Can you signal overturn? Thank you.
Just a faint nick. Saves Keacy Carty. Dismissed against Rashid in the last game.
Hey, down on it. Brilliant. Come on then, Livy. When's the next sweep coming? Aye, man, Livy.
Did well to ride the bounce. Boundary for Carty. Hello to Ian Bishop.
Important that the West Indies don't get their innings stalled. They're way ahead of where England were at a similar point in time. But pace off the ball from Rashid and Livingstone with perhaps Jacob Bettel to come, etc. Mousley. And that's free. Badly lined by Liam Livingstone. Good of Carty to take advantage of it back to back.
It's a shot Keacy Carty's been working quite hard at in the nets with batting coach Floyd Reefer. A lot of sweeps in Sri Lanka, and now it's come to good fruition. Knowing that fine leg is in the circle, it will put extra doubt in the mind of Livingstone as to the field he has. Keeps the same for now.
Down. Foxy me.
In his career, Carty, he's been a lot stronger against the pace, but last couple of games he's shown signs of improvement against the spin.
Yeah.
8 from the over, couple of boundaries, 84 for 1. Rashid.
How was that?
That very shot got into problems against Hasaranga in Sri Lanka, trying to play the sweep.
This is the cat amongst
Had his
the pigeons,
difficulties
isn't it?
against leg spin.
How many panic sweeps can you play in one innings? Come on.
Might be Phil Salt behind the stumps asking how many sweeps can he play in one innings, or attempted sweeps, panic sweeps.
Yeah, 10 dismissals in 14 innings to leg spin for Brandon King.
I think what's been good about Rashid, and you expect this from him, is his control of length so far. It opens up the googly coming through the gate, but also the outside edge if you can't quite reach when you're pushing forward or driving.
All three there, right?
Livingstone back himself after going for the couple of boundaries. With the two right-handers, could we potentially see Jacob Bethel? Left arm spin. Very good from Rashid. 2 from the over. Bit of pressure building. 86 for 1. Time for everybody to have a break. Time for the Blue Waters drinks break. Should be a couple. And maybe then, Bish, that is why this stadium, given how highly you just spoke of Barbados, maybe that is why the stadium is called the region's Mecca.
Illustrious names to live up to. One of the things with players like Keacy Carty, who he has confessed it, we've talked about it ad infinitum, about him looking to improve or increase his tempo, is that comes with risk.
Catch it! Oh.
And it's a simple analogy you can allude to. I know there's discussion around Shea-Hope as well. The faster you drive is the less margin for error you have when you're driving your vehicle. If you stay within your ideal cruising speed, you can maneuver the obstacles better. So what players like Carty and Shea-Hope, perhaps if he has to accede to what the requests are from certain sections of fans, is to be able to find that balance where they can impact the game at an adequate speed of scoring. And it's not easy finding that balance, and that's what everyone desires to do in the modern white ball game. It's where England, I think, in 2 innings we've seen growth in these young guys like Mousley and Bettel, spending time at the crease and then accelerating, having a nice nuance.
$91 for 1. Hadi Rashid, England fans will remember, Jofra Archer's spell in the last game. Came in, bowled a 2-over burst at Keacy Carty, went short to him, and it ruffled the feathers, which led to his wicket the next over. So could that be an option, using Rashid and Archer with the difference in pace in tandem? He's had his difficulties against leg spin. No challenge there, though. Straight and 6.
It is a top shot to bring up the 50 partnership. It was too close. I've spoken about how dutifully and meticulous Rashid has been about his length. On that occasion, too full. And well played, so you can expect Rashid to probably make a slight adjustment, not too much. He made the adjustment, but too short.
I like it, Rash. 5 dots in the bum.
86 meters and a little bit of loft on that, as our Apex shot tracker shows.
Oh, no.
I agree with you on the Jofra Archer scenario. Regardless of whether Carty is there or not, I think a couple of overs from Jofra Archer is in the making. Not too long from now. Want to see what length he poses when he comes back, in terms of not being as full as consistently as he was first spell.
maybe because he didn't bowl his usual 4 or 5 over spell in the power play, you can go to him now for these 2 earlier than you would have scheduled if you're Livingstone. Eight in the over, West Indies on their way, 99 for 1. It will still be Livingstone.
Hundred comes up in the 19th over. Jafracha got touch full and was driven a couple of times down the ground by Evan Lewis in that first spell. Nothing is wrong with generally being up there, but his stock length will work wonders. And this will surprise no one. I'm not averse to the couple of short balls in and over, because I think when you're talking about looking to get wickets in this format of the game or T20s, that short ball is a real option given the limitations of the field set.
Such good skills, Livy.
Analysts wanted me to get out the King Livingstone matchup. 2 innings, 2 dismissals, 9 runs, 13 balls.
May have been a nick there, judging by Livingstone's reaction.
He did edge it. Whether it was a big deflection being played off the black foot, which would have made it difficult for Phil Salt standing up, as you would do to the spinner. Yeah, it looks like it might have been a slightly significant deflection. Our analyst was almost Academy Award winning. $103 for 1.
England will think back to the last World Cup and their struggles with ball in hand. They were good with the new ball, likes of Willie and Chris Wokes, but where they struggled was the middle overs and taking wickets in the middle. Averaged over 40 per wicket between overs 11 and 40, where we are now. So Rashid has been a stalwart in the middle, great fielding for a number of years, but there's an opportunity here, folks, for someone to develop themselves into that middle over wicket-taking role, whether it's Jofra, whether it's Reece Topley. Turner bowled well with his different skill set in the last couple of matches. But it has been a struggle for them. They ranked 7th out of the 10 teams at the World Cup. And in this series, they've only taken 4 wickets at 76 per wicket in the middle overs, that is. Got a couple of leggies who can maybe play that role. Braden Carson and Potts, who are with the test team, did it well last series.
Just be aware, it's such a good leg spinner. The slip has gone wider in Overton from the first ball of this over. He's very wide now.
Really well played. The shot and the innings. He's been under pressure, Brandon King, searching for runs. First 50 since the World Cup qualifiers last year. Really commanding knock in an important run chase.
It's been 13 innings, including this one, since he's hit that landmark you talked about, since that 100 against Oman. And you'll be hoping that, look, he can kick on and get 100. Get something significant. His team needs it. And he's done the hard work and he's gotten in. And when you've had a poor run, as we always used to say in the dressing room, don't waste good form or a good start.
Just in time for Ian Bishop. Jofra Archer's back. Mentioning it again, he bowled a short ball to Carty, created 2 opportunities, not taken. They dismissed him in the next over, but he's got deep fine leg and backward square with a deep third and deep point. One 0 to Carty. One thing I've enjoyed, and first of all, talk us through his action.
Mentioned it before, I'm a fan, I'm a real fan, have always been a real fan from the first day I saw him with that athletic run, straight lines, look at the arms driving forward, really nice. It looks easy, but there's effort in there. And the load up, it's a flat sort of gather. But he gets over his front leg so very well, and the head position is very steady. So what you find with all of that and the flick of the wrist is that at his best, and I empathize with the injuries that he's had, he gets over a lovely brace front leg with a quick arm, and therefore he generates bounce at his best, that kind of three-quarter seam there as well.
And I'm thinking about the short ball. There's the bounce. And I want to further pick your brain on the bounce, Bish. You look at someone like Shamar Joseph, who is similar pace, give or take, than a Jofra Archer, but may not get as much bounce. What are the differences in their action that would allow Jofra to get that extra bounce?
Well, we talk about the brace front leg. If you look at Shamar Joseph, when next you see him, his front leg collapses just a little bit. There he is. It's his own unique style. So he skids the ball onto you quickly. Whereas again, Jofra at his best, he can slide the ball, but because of the very high action and brace front leg and whippy arm, The head doesn't fall away too much. The left arm doesn't fall away too much at delivery. Pre-injury, when he was at his absolute best, and he's still good and working his way back, that bounce was from a less shorter length than, let's say, one or two other bowlers around the world. So you don't know whether should I duck, should I hook, should I defend?
Maybe in a change of pace. We'll continue the discussion next over. Don't go anywhere. 1-1-1 for 1. One for 1, and England using that tactic of Rashid and Jofra Archer, difference in pace. We'll get into the boundary, and it seems like it's come off the bat.
Yes, he caught up with it nice and late, and that's why it went fine instead of square. It was outside leg stump as well. So that's good technique on that occasion to pick the line and just paddle it around the corner rather than hitting it out to deep square leg where there's a fielder. And for young ones at home, this is what we're talking about here. Look at the right of screen. We've seen left of screen already. Right of screen, look at how he gets over that very tall. And that's something, I mean, I haven't been able to run the experiment, but I remember discussing that with Stuart Broad and company in the summer during West Indies Test Series. I think you can teach that, and a couple of the bowling coaches from the England setup said you could sort of train it in incrementally, not wake up one day and it's brace from bent.
Mid on up, so Keacy Carty had full license. This has been such a commanding knock from him with real intent.
And we've seen the sweep behind square from him. Now we're seeing the slug sweep. He'll want to, as we say, continue to maintain this. He's getting starts. How deep can he take it? Spoke to his dad the other day, Nikhil, Keacy Carty at the airport at length. And hello to you, Keith, if you're listening. You're surely listening with Keacy at the crease. And, you know, he talked about coaching Keacy and in St. Martin, where he comes from, the facilities that are needed for Keacy to continue perfecting his craft and others coming after him. And I certainly hope that those facilities are upgraded and even more provided in St. Martin.
Growing up in Coal Bay in St. Martin, Keacy Carty, 1-2-2 for 1.
Keacy Carty going downtown. Apex shot tracker. Recorded it. Mr. Butcher, good night. How are you?
Certainly is a good night. If you're supporting the West Indies, you'd have to go some to mess it up from here, you would imagine. Liam Livingstone forced to bring back Jofra Archer. Adil Rashid has been expensive at the other end. No alarms for the partnership of King and Carty. Certainly true that conditions have been a lot more favourable for batting in the early part of this innings, and Brandon King showed that to great effect with wonderful elan through the offside. Distant memory, the struggles of that first one-day international back in North Sound. Magnificent strike down the ground off Adil Rashid. He'd had his problems with him too, but not today. Not tonight. Rashid has got through 6 overs for 31 from the Joel Garner end. I just feel it might be time to bring back Reece Topley, and they've got to break this partnership, which is 81 from 98 now.
Brandon King 52 off 67, Keacy Carty 44 52. I think what Coach Sammy and Captain Shea Hope is doing is creating a little bit of competition at the top, and these are the highest individual scores from the guys just below, currently playing a regional Super 50. You'll see Justin Graves there on 3 occasions, 3 back-to-back centuries. And coming into this game, there would have been loads of pressure, more external than internal, I can bet, on Brandon King to get a score. And you always want to see players with character, with your back against the wall in a series decider for your play and for your team, to come out and be as commanding as he has been. Now, the job is not yet done. He's still only 52. It's still only a half century. But there's a certain way to attack head on as opposed to taking a backward step. And I think Brandon King has done that today. And I spoke to him just before the game, and I lauded him on fighting through to get to 30. Sometimes it goes beyond your personal performance. You're part of a partnership, and that 30, in contrast to today, he would be a lot better for it.
End of the over. The time ticking away for England to get back into this one. 125 for 1. Carlos Brathwaite used the word commanding in the description of Brandon King, and it certainly has been that, and it's a very good way to keep the youngsters off your back who are breathing down your neck for a spot, to play the way that he has done. Liam Livingstone does go for a left arm seamer. It isn't Reece Topley, it's Salt-Curran. He's had an excellent series with the bat. He's been a peripheral player really with the ball. But England could use a little bit of his fighting spirit and that golden arm to break this partnership. I think for the West Indies is they have the rate under control to an extent that they don't have to go chasing after good deliveries. And if they can run the ball around and make the odd boundary, the pressure all goes back onto England. Salt-Curran perhaps more effective in T20 cricket because batters are having to go after him, trying to score at a higher rate. At the moment, he is going to have to remove one of these two unless there's a brain fade out there. Always wanted to ask you this, Carlos. Our illustrious colleague and good friend, not to mention fan of Barbados, Ian Bishop next door. His words in that World Cup final. Remember the name. How have they followed you around after? Iconic piece of commentary, but it was about you. What was the effect? What has been the effect of that particular piece? Not to mention your 4 sixes in a row, obviously. But it's something that will forever be associated with you and that performance.
Felt like a weight on my shoulder for a number of years. Initially, obviously, you didn't hear the commentary, so you're just reveling in the moment, and then you watch it back.
You've heard it since. Well, I mean, I'm guessing.
Times.
I'm guessing not only have you heard it since on replays, but you might have heard. You know, you'd walk into a restaurant and someone would. I bet.
Exactly. But funny enough, I was in an elevator sometime and someone mentioned it, and someone else in the elevator was like, "Is that the only thing you've ever done in your life?" And a part of me wanted so hard to prove that that isn't the only thing that I can do, that sometimes you get tense and you push harder than you need to do, and it sometimes goes beyond the ball you're facing now or the ball you're bowling now. And I think no one ever prepares you for that level of overnight. I call it interest, not necessarily fame, because it can be infamous as well. But when you go from no one knowing your name to, cliche, everyone remembering your name.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness, he's hit that hard. Commanding is as commanding does. Beautiful from Brandon King.
Power on show from King. Bludgeoned by Brandon through the offside mid-room. Advanced. Smashed it through extra cover for 4.
Ian Livingstone, the England captain, just drying the ball off. There would be some dew out there, making it difficult to get any purchase either with the fingers or off the pitch. Finds the gap again. This time, Livingstone will half stop it. And despite a less than urgent first, they come back for a second. 1-3-4 for 1. Overton, the only successful bowler for England so far. His maiden one-day international wicket. Everybody else has drawn a blank.
Yeah, and just to pick up from remember the name and I guess the struggles and the pressures, I think it's something that no one would pull you on side and say this is how to deal with it. You have to find a way to deal with it on your own. But I think on reflection, one thing that I was proud of myself throughout that period is still remaining or trying to remain a good human, not feeling as though you're better than someone else, and because probably your name being typed a little bit more now than it was before, getting ahead of yourself and thinking you're better than everyone else. And I think that not only is a lesson for me, but for everyone else. You may be down, you may be up. You're not better than you were the day before or worse than you were the day after. If we get cut, we bleed. It's as simple as that. And is a lesson in humility, because when you're up and you think that you are the best in the world, the best ever, this game can humble you very, very quickly.
Yeah, sure can. When you're growing up playing your cricket at a ground that has hosted some of the greatest names in the game, never mind in the West Indies, in the game from the beginning of time to now. And there was always that little bit of extra pressure to live up to the feats of the greats before you. Oh, close to a glove, but nothing on the way through there. Just like to see Jofra Archer just bowl a spell here, maybe a couple of overs of that type of thing. Just run in and bowl quick. Just let it fly around the chest, shoulder height, Joel Garner style, Malcolm Marshall style. Nothing to lose right now. Ball seems to be coming onto the middle of the bat when it's length and fuller. Just go on the ultra aggressive. You never know, might cause a bit of panic. Take a wicket, get a new batter in. A couple of wickets in quick succession and it could change round. At the moment, it's a stroll for the West Indies.
Yeah, a real unsung hero in England's recent white ball domination, Liam Plunkett. The man who could always guarantee would get 2 or 3 foot in the middle overs for England. And for some reason, if you look at his style of bowling, tall guy, hits the deck quite hard, reminiscent Jamie Overton. Jofra Archer, obviously a lot more pace, a lot leaner. I don't think I've seen many teams commit to just a 3 or 4 over burst from the seam. If he bowls 4 up top, he bowls 3 in the middle. He still has 3 for the death. If he is a bowler that bowls through all phases, and just employ a similar feel. Deep forward square, deep fine leg, there's a leg slip. Maybe that's over attacking if he doesn't have the pace of Jofra Archer. But the short ball plan can work. Liam Plunkett showed it in a successful team in a successful era, and Jofra Archer is trying to replicate that. 25 gone, 137 for 1.
Well, comparison is there's no comparison. There was a rally of sorts between Curran and Salt that got England from 24 for 4 to 94 for 4. Goodness me, they had to work hard to get that. West Indies have strolled to 137 for 1. No, Sam Curran will give it a go, that is for sure. One thing that might lack in terms of that pace and menace of somebody like Jofra Archer, he more than makes up for in competitive spirit. Had to be at his toes, and he got it high enough. A 5th ODI 50 for Keacy Carty, a 3rd against England. He enjoys playing against the old rivals. He is slowly growing into a reliable middle order, top order player for the men in maroon.
Brandon King pelting back, literally and figuratively speaking. nice moment between him and Phil Salt. And then there was no bat. Oh! Gave it absolutely everything, and then he had nothing in his hand.
Shades of Ben Stokes there in the recent Test series in Pakistan. Ended up throwing his bat to mid-wicket and being dismissed. Salty's decided he doesn't need that anymore. Makes contact this time, and a nice controlled pull shot.
As you mentioned, but Keacy Carty developing into a real reliable cricketer, and the beauty about this graphic is the progression. On every metric, he's better. Whether the amount of runs scored or the average, what you can't see there is also the strike rate, which is something he's improved in 2024. So he's doing everything better and at a faster rate.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things that can contribute to that, not least, as Ian Bishop was talking about beforehand, his own drive and his own work ethic, but also being backed and being selected consistently. All of these things help your internal confidence. And if you ally that with the willingness to learn and to work, then the rewards will come. Oh, another good over. Just the 4 singles from it, but West Indies do not mind that one bit. 1 for 1 for 1. The equation now 1-2-3 from 1-4-4. West Indies in total control here. Series on the line. Defeated England here in 2023, December, to win their only series against a top 10 opposition. And look, odds on to do the same to England here again, gaining them valuable World Cup qualification points, unless Ian Livingstone and co can pull a rabbit out of the hat. It might have to be assisted by some kind of carelessness from the West Indies, but at the moment they're showing no sign of that whatsoever. You know me, Carlos. As neutral as Switzerland. But this game could do with a little bit of jeopardy. Not from your point of view, granted. But for the neutral, a bit of jeopardy would be good. 100 partnership between King and Carty. And it has been an excellent one. 121 deliveries to get there. Very little fuss, a lot of skill, some fine stroke play. They are guiding the West Indies to victory here in Barbados. Oh, that's a great shot. That's terrific. Quite a big gap over there, over extra cover. But the way he manoeuvres his body, controls the bat face here, is perfection.
Yeah, really classy from Carty. Just opening his body out. Watch the back foot slide outside the line of his body to free his arms to get the bat face through and straight over extra cover. Elegant.
Oh, and a bit of impudence as well to follow it up. That's 2 boundaries of the highest class from Keacy Carty. Talk about confidence.
You just always sense when the tempo's been upped just a little. And you've just faced Jofra Archer, 140 clicks. Liam Livingstone comes on. A little better than help yourself, but it's exactly what Keacy Carty's done last couple deliveries.
Right down below 5 and over now. What was it you said about a rum shot? Couple of boundaries, single. The single gets a bigger cheer than the boundaries.
Good cricket.
Yes, sir. And on they sail. 23 overs to go. West Indies need 112. Only one down.
Keacy Carty's been good today. Some delightful strokes, an ever-improving temperament. He showed an extra range of shots, sweep, over cover. Fantastic stuff from this young man, and he continues on. He'd want to win the game for his team.
Slapped away. Curran trying his best to get it high enough. It's a wholehearted effort, but I think it's going to be 4. Matthew Pepper, wicketkeeper by trade. Does it touch him? Oh, he touches it. 4. Glorious, absolutely glorious.
All class from Carty. Front foot, top of the bounce. Lot to love. Not a man move. Good cricket.
Right, where are you turning? Skipper Brathwaite, who's going to get me a wicket?
Not sure of Overton's workloads, but I think the idea in principle with Jofra Archer from this end can be continued with Jamie Overton. Just be really aggressive. You have nothing to lose. The game can meander on and you lose anyway. I think after Jofra Archer, Jamie Overton potentially could have been used for that over. Definitely bring him now. If he can bowl more overs, we don't know. We know he's always going to play the T20s and you bowl 4 overs. Then maybe he's limited to 4 overs, hence why Curran is into the game a little bit earlier. Can you get a Restopley in? Which end do you get him in from? Can he come from the same end as Livingstone and come around the wicket and cramp the right-handers? Or do you bring Overton back in and employ the same short ball plan, even if it's only for a couple overs? But the need to make something happen, it needs to happen very, very quickly.
Any which way will do for England. 102 from 132.
Can I see you
Gonna have a quick check.
Coming up now, bat is grounded and ball hits the stumps. Thank you, bat is grounded. I've made my decision.
Yep, comfortably home. Nothing happening for the Englishman here at Kensington Oval. 162 for 1. Well, the pleas for pace at this end have been unheeded by Livingstone. He continues. Number 29 from 4.1. Well, they've still got smiles on their faces, and why wouldn't you? Here in Barbados. She looks a little bit more glum. Brown, though. Down the ground, there is a man out there. Lands short of Will Jacks. Yeah, just chill. I think that's the best way. England need to find a way to ignite and excite these travelling fans. Try to get them on side. Cause a bit of chaos and mayhem. Oh, splits the fielders quite beautifully. Brandon King has been handsome through the offside tonight.
A quite delightful drive. 2 extra covers in play. None of you two could get a hand to it. Brandon King motoring on nicely.
King will keep the strike and keep that momentum going for the West Indies. 171 from 29. They need 94 runs to win.
100-run partnership between Keacy Carty and Brandon King, a pair of 71s, propelling the West Indies to 170 for 1 after 29. The English attack appearing somewhat toothless here this evening under the lights in Bridgetown. What kind of magic can Reece Topley muster for his side? And going on along very nicely, the West Indies. Required rate now 4.5. Pretty straightforward. But this man, Brandon King, the Jamaican, well, he's been outstanding. Struggled a little bit this series, and this is the innings. Worked his way back into some beautiful form here at Kensington. He's been so strong through the offside, Brandon King. Majestic, really kingly to watch.
And we've known that to be his strength, and teams have tried to deny him that by nipping the ball back at him or bowling straight at him from the best attacks.
Yeah, he had another piece of brilliance earlier in the field. Phil Salt was being obdurate, was going nowhere and really sticking in, and it took this kind of magic from Brandon King with the assistance of Alzarri Joseph, but just outstanding combination catch there, really. Best piece of fielding we've seen all day. Oh, that's lovely. Deft.
Alex, and just to add to what you're saying, Brandon King will receive all the plaudits rightly for his athleticism there. But the way that teams practice these days, Alzarri Joseph encroaching from right of screen as we looked at it was also extremely important in cooperating.
Yeah, you're right, Bish. He has a way of looking nonchalant, right? But he was ready for it.
Well, this is the teamwork that they practice. You see that this guy has an opportunity on the boundary, and so you are coming towards him, not getting too close that you interrupt him from his peripheral vision, but you're just close enough should, in case, he has to relay to you. And that's a standard part of catching practice now.
Four runs from it, 174 for 1.
And that is teamwork as well, because it takes energy, it takes commitment from another fielder to make that effort down there. Some guys would just be happy leaving a guy on his own. So very good from Brandon King and Alzarri Joseph and Keacy Carty changing the ball time.
They're just going to have a look at another ball, maybe change of ball. Will bring something for England, change their fortunes. It's been all the West Indies way. And that's how the fans feel about it, absolutely. What a way to spend a Wednesday evening. Beautiful night here under the waxing moon in Bridgetown, capital city of Barbados. Tonight is the decider of the one-day international series, CJ United ODI series, and of course Saturday, the start of the T20 series. Saturday and Sunday, back-to-back T20 games here in Barbados. Get out there, go get your tickets. What a way to spend the weekend in Barbados. Of course, I'm speaking to Bajans, but I'm also speaking to our regional neighbors. If ever there was a time to come and spend a weekend in Barbados, come and catch a couple of games. That's how they do it here at Kensington Oval, the party stand. How closely do you reckon they're following the action, Ian Bishop, in that pool?
Yeah, I think it's secondary to some, but more importantly, primary to most. And as long as they come into the ground and they're enjoying the experience of being here in Barbados with a little side dish of cricket to savor, that's important.
Adil Rashid back into the attack. His first one from the Malcolm Marshall end. We've got a new ball because of some dew on the ground, damp conditions. Replacement ball, that is.
It is part and parcel, or should I say in part, why chasing here in the last 11 games prior to this has been so successful that 9 times teams have won.
Oh, he's just seeing it big, Brandon King. He's seeing it really big here and enjoying this knock. 4 more into the off.
To find the gap between the two fielders at a short cover is finding a needle in a haystack. There we go, splits them equally. And that's important in your boundary hitting. Just want to be clear, Alex, yes, the dew is a factor in day-night games. Of course, there have been 1 or 2 day games or some day games, so dew is not a factor in that. But certainly when we do shorter format games here, dew is a factor as well as ODIs.
It's going to go again. This is Ariel, a fielder on it, but it will drop just short. Gets away with that.
He went early, almost didn't get to it. And when he did, almost carried a sweeper. Don't leave work for anyone else to do. Do it yourself. Finish the job.
That's a good over. A boundary, 3 singles in it. 7 off, 31 gone, 81 for 1. Well, it looks a fairly straightforward equation at this stage for the Windies. Just the 83 runs needed. Fair to say, up to this stage, they've enjoyed the better conditions for bowling and batting. And an opportunity here for both King and Carty to make their way to a 3-figure score.
Yeah, well, the conversations between Keacy, and that's an indication of the moisture now with the dew formation, where you're picking up a slight mud under the bottom of shoe. And once that cakes and builds up, the spikes can sometimes become ineffective in gripping in the surface. That's why they're cleaning it off, so that he gets appropriate traction as he runs in and when he lands at the crease. You can see how thick it is at the bottom of the boot. Yeah. Yeah, the conversations between Carty and King, particularly with Keacy Carty, on trying to get to that cherished landmark for the first time. He has been close a couple of times in the qualifiers last year in Australia. in the second game in Antigua. What has he learnt? And how can he carry himself through this phase, fascinating phase?
All the TVs will be locked on in St. Martin. It was 2022, and this young man, Keacy Carty, was selected to tour in the Netherlands, became the first player born in St. Martin to be in a West Indies squad. Oh, well dispatched. Much to the delight of the patrons in the Greenwich Haynes stand.
There's no win, so you can't credit any win for taking that across the boundary. It's just the power of Keacy Carty. Conditions allowing good scoring opportunities as well as the skill of the batters themselves.
Showing a little aggression, Topley. They've got to do something here, England. West Indies will race away with this into the 80s now. Carty.
Yes, Overton bowled as many as they would allow him to tonight. Jacob Bettel. Try an over. Mousley. Just try one over is something they could think of.
Yeah, we have a look at the apex in sight. How high did that get? Shot tracker, 77 meters. Oh, another one. Down the ground this time over the head of Topley, who looks discouraged. Jubilation for the West Indian fans here live, able to view these theatrics.
.191 for one.
Well, that's the 150-run partnership between these two. Having lost Evan Lewis from that opening partnership, this second wicket partnership has been outstanding. Just needs to keep his wits about him here, Carty. It will be good to have Brandon King on the other end, as you say, Bish, whispering a thing or two to him. Imagine there'll be a bit running through the minds of both men. Out there in the middle, opportunities for them to go big in front of a home crowd, win a series, gain valuable points, ODI points.
Yeah, Alex, that's such a good point. And some batters will tell you they're staying in the moment. They try not to think too much about the individual target. And some of them will say, how do we do that? By setting little incremental goals, another 5 runs, another 10-run partnership. It just keeps your mind sharp but by not focusing too much on the bigger picture individually, you keep that pressure off yourself and that sense of anticipation. It's not easy. It's a discipline that needs to be practiced and worked at.
Talk about it all the time. Staying in process and let outcome take care of itself. $194 for one. Just the 70 runs needed now for the West Indies to seal this series with a win this evening in Bridgetown. Liam Livingstone reaching for another man. Jacob Bethel with his slow left arm. He'll be disappointed not to have performed this evening in front of his friends and family here in Barbados with the bat. What can he do with the ball? What kind of excitement can he muster? And what we have to say is a very flat crowd at the minute.
We're talking about improvements in little incremental ways for the West Indies. Up until February this year, the dot ball percentage was 56.3. And so they've talked about this for a long time. But finally, we're seeing a little improvement in this period that we talked about up to October, November. It's dropped almost 10 points. Little incremental improvements. Bowling in the power play, better length. So I think that's good. I was looking at it from the start of this series as well, Alex. In Antigua, in the second game, 134 dots represented an improvement over innings. Today, 107 so far.
And with the kind of boundary hitting the West Indies do as well, you can imagine the bounty.
Just your process. That was a great proverb that you brought there. King and Carty probably say, look, if we see this to the end, the individual goals will take care of itself if we get the next 68 runs between us.
Yeah, so underestimated, that mental part of the game. Control of your mind, of your breathing. Oh, well, it's outstanding from King. A little shimmy of the feet and beautifully played into the offside.
I'm sure our colleagues would have talked, and we talked about it at the pre-show, about how important an innings this would be for Brandon King, given his lean run since the qualifiers last year. He struggled in the first game, but has grown ever more fluent from the start of this innings to now.
Leg by. 7 off the over, 34 gone. West Indies 201 for 1. Time now for a Blue Waters drinks break. $85 and $87 respectively. Running well between the wickets here. Turning things over. Ticking along.
Yeah, we mentioned, I was talking about in the second one-day international about a possible identity for the West Indies team. Every team has an identity in one way or the other. Highest win percentage, batting first for teams since 2022. Top ranked 10 teams. West Indies right at the bottom in percentage of wins, batting first. India right at the top. Australia, South Africa, Pakistan, England in the middle. So what that's telling us is right now, in this paradigm of this West Indies ODI team, their strength really is in their run chasing more often than not exclusively. Now, as their bowling gets better, as Matthew Ford comes into his own, as Alzarri Joseph continues to lead, as whether it's Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals and whoever else get better, they can start defending totals with greater aplomb. But for right now, their identity is this, chasing. Now, you don't want to stick Alex and folks at home with that identity, because you can't guarantee to be chasing every game that you get into. But whenever you have the opportunity in conditions where you think dew is going to come in and play an advantageous part, or conditions are very good, you'll probably lean to this. So chasing wise, 40% wins compared to 5-point-something%.
Wow, definitive. Interesting identity. Well, it's been a struggle for the West Indies in this format of cricket for many years. Number 10 ranked ODI side, but spare thought for England, who are only 7 in the world right now.
Yeah, because they're searching, with this team, they're searching for potency with the ball. We're seeing development in Jacob Bettel, in Mousley. Liam Livingstone showed us a game ago.
That's a chance. That was put down by Jordan Cox. Nightmare in the context of very little opportunity for England.
I think it came at a fairly comfortable height. So in the search, Jafra shaking his head, it should have been taken. They dropped 4 catches in the previous game, but still won. He was low enough, got his hand in a reverse cup and should have been taken. Don't think he was affected by the lights or anything. Just burst through the hands. Not having a great time in the Caribbean.
The last time England have won an ODI series was against Ireland, September 2023.
So he's not gotten the runs that he would like or his team would like, and now he's put down a chance that should have been reeled in. And England desperately need that.
Well, you saw Jofra Archer's frustration. Deftly managed by Carty. Pick up a couple. This is now officially his highest score in ODIs. Keacy Carty moved on to 93.
TV umpire director, can we check the boundary, please? Coming up now. Got his hand on it. Have you got anything that shows me he's released the ball before his hand touches over the boundary there? Thank you, that might tell me. Yeah, runs.
lives. I'm sure St. Martin is on the edge of their seat. Those in Anguilla where he has connections. Of course, Brandon King has been there twice before in ODIs. And this will be celebrated too. But for Keacy Carty, how huge this would be as well.
Years old, Keacy Carty. And my observation of him is that he always manages himself in a really mature way. Seems older than his years.
Too right. He said straight up to us, I think it was last year, I don't want to just play 1 or 2 games. I want to leave a legacy for those coming behind me in St. Martin and in West Indies cricket. And this moving to 97 will go a long way to do that if he can get 3 more. Batting at this crucial position in the order, number 3, you want to be converting half centuries to hundreds at pace ideally.
Some body check on his dad, Keith. Blood pressure. Get him some water, sit him down. Huge moment. Doesn't look like Liam Livingstone's interested. Really nice. 1 step closer, 36 gone. West Indies 216 for 1.
From the ranks of an under-19 World Cup winner to inspiring a nation in a run chase series clincher potentially for the West Indies. What a growth this will be for Keacy Carty.
Keacy Carty on 98, 2 away, facing Jofra Archer. Wide signaled. Hello to Carlos Brathwaite, who is very proud of these 2 West Indians as they guide the West Indies to what we think will be a series win.
Yeah, personal performance aside, is a calming demeanor that they've showed. I don't want to put the markers on them, but it's been a while since we've had such a big partnership bringing the game home, and it's not done yet, but so far they've been exemplary with their partnership.
Yeah, both batters, in particular Keacy Carty, have gotten starts. Carty has been known for getting deep 50s and big 50s. Think back to Sri Lanka in the qualifiers last year, got 88. He was run out on 87 in Australia earlier this year. This could be the moment. Lord, please don't make me have to put the jinx on him. He will look for 2, but it'll just be 1. Carty moves to 99. His heart will be pumping. You were in this position once, Carlos. What is it like?
It's a good feeling to reach 99, but you also understand that the needs of the team come before the needs of self. So at the non-strikers end now, thankfully for me, it all happened quite quickly for him. In the 90s for a few balls, 98, seen through a couple. Now he's on the non-striker's end on 99. It will be on his mind.
Another misfield. And then perhaps will feel a bit let down in the field, judging the series. There is a buzz around Kensington. There will be nerves for him. Archer will want to deny him, will want to get him out. Carty on 99. Few fielders have come into the circle. Leg side right of screen. Ooh, still on 99. This must be so painful. But he looks calm, remaining calm. West Indian, his teammates, they're always pushing him in the nets. One thing I admire about him, Carlos, I've been to a few practice sessions. He's the first person in the net. He's facing the fastest bowlers and embracing the challenge. Alzarri Joseph went at him in the last game, or last practice session, and they had a great battle, but it seems like he's developed his character from positions like that. And all the failure he's had to this point. You will have to wait to get there. End of 37 overs, 219 for 1. West Indies in a commanding position, needing 45 to win the series. Both batters in the 90s.
Keacy Carty will be hoping for a similar delivery.
In the gap, and there it is. 100 for Keacy Carty. 890 days ago, he became the first man from St. Martin to play for this nation. Today, he's the first to score 100. A proud moment. He's been here 4 times and finally has breached the final hurdle.
Sensational stuff from Keacy Carty. More than a runner ball as well. Came to the crease and showed loads of authority. Really upped the tempo, walked as a past 50, and he's reached the promised land.
'46 West Indian to score 1-day international 100. And let's not forget the context in an all-important series decider.
Just looks like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. One thing to be a good batter and a good player, whether pace or spin, but it's another thing to be considered clutch, go-to, and dependable.
Brandon King will try to get his. That's a good start. Boundary.
Now Brandon King has been here before. He's been hammering anything short, pace or spin. Invitation from Bethel, accepted by King. And just to continue to laud Keacy Carty, he is developing this gene of being able to score runs when they count. And you think all the way back to the 2016 Under-19 World Cup final, got 50 odd in that game as well. And then again today in a series decider, a century, not out so far. The next step is to bring it home, get a red inker.
.230 for one. West Indies not far. .100 for Keacy Carty. Brandon King 4 runs away. England need a miracle at this stage. Will be Jofra Archer, who's been on the expensive side today. Gets into the boundary. Third one-day international, 100 for the King. He has faced adversity head-on and responded. What a knock that is in a potential series winner. He's back at the peak of his powers.
If we add context to this century, it goes beyond just 3 figures. This man has showed so much character in this knock tonight. In a deciding game, so much of the external talk been about persons who can replace him. He's there to stay, and this knock solidifies that. We always talk about character, and I've seen so much of the character of Brandon King in this short series. Think back to the first ODI, not striking him as well as he would want, but understanding the selflessness and the importance of partnership. Whilst Evan Lewis was dashing at the other end, he was fighting it out in the midst of a fantastic opening partnership. You fast forward to today, he came out all guns blazing, and now he receives his reward, reaching triple figures.
This will be more runs. They're flowing now for the West Indies. Another boundary.
Again, control from Keacy Carty, rolling his wrist. Milestones have been reached, but the end goal has not yet been reached, and this young man realizes that, still showing control, and the fans are enjoying it.
It has been such a significant period for the West Indies, and I'm going to go back to the Sri Lanka series, which was less than a month ago, and these 3 ODIs. Coming into that series, in the last 2 years, the West Indies had 5 ODI hundreds. 4 of them were by Shea Hope. Now they've got Evan Lewis stepping in, Rutherford has chipped in, and both batters here getting hundreds. The convergence, as you know, Carlos, regionally to international level has always been an issue. This is such a step in the positive direction.
%, Nikhil, and sometimes in a loss of a series or a loss of a game, the result takes precedence. What I've enjoyed about this era so far under Hope and Sammy is the processes have always been prioritized, knowing that once the processes are consistent, results will follow. And I think as fans, West Indies fans would have seen enough now to know that that's the truth. That's the 200-run partnership. Only the 3rd time in the history that there's been a 200-run partnership for the West Indies at home. We salute you, Brandon King and Keacy Carty. 39 gone, 2 for 2 for 1.
What a moment. 200 between 2 batters. And Keacy Carty in his maiden ODI 100, Carlos, what has impressed you the most?
There's been a level of control of his stroke play, knowing how to cycle through the gears and show that batsmanship, which is an art, a dying art. Not lost on Keacy Carty in the West Indies today, however.
Will be more runs. He's really played the sweep shot and scored behind square quite well tonight.
Thompson on anything loose, especially outside the leg stump or on leg stump for that matter, he's employed the sweep well. I think the shot that epitomizes the quality of this innings is mid-on, coming up a bit early in his innings. And him taking Adil Rashid downtown shows the intent, shows the positivity, and more importantly, the execution.
How do we keep getting West Indian batters to chip in and contribute to take the pressure off of Shea Hope? Batting has long been the issue. As Bish said earlier, the bowling is a work in progress, and the batting conditions have been good. How do they continue to apply this, get that consistency and habit for when they go to the Sri Lankas and maybe Pakistan's, Australia's like they were earlier this year, and be able to apply the confidence but also the practice?
Yeah, and the challenge is when you go to Sri Lanka and Australia can be slightly different, but 300 is this magic number in ODI cricket, and it looks quite easy now that they'll surpass that if they had to go the full 50. But chasing 300 or setting 300, they could potentially go about it slightly different. We always talk about dot ball percentages, but what I love today is the intent of both batters to score. And that intent to score not always a boundary. And the West Indies as a batting culture hasn't quite mastered getting those singles and rotating straight yet. But the intent to know your area, know the type of delivery you want to attack is a lot better now than it was before. You think back to Brandon King and the new ball. Everything on the stump he blocked, anything full he drove, and anything short he pulled. So he knows his areas. How can we now start to expand?
15 away, the West Indies from winning the series, 2-4-9 for 1.
England haven't been able to find any bite with the ball. Largely through the excellence of this young man, Keacy Carty, with his maiden ODI 100. The range of his stroke play. His poise in some of the strokes we've seen. And given scrutiny of his tempo and scrutiny of his strike rate in the early parts of his career, to score it at this tempo here tonight is such a growth spurt, with a strike rate close on 110, Mark Butcher.
67.8. It was before the series started, batting at number 3 in international one-day international cricket.
Snuck through finally. Topley and England have their second. Too little, too late, but what an outstanding innings by Brandon King to usher and shepherd this West Indies lineup to just a cusp of victory.
He's under some pressure too. He's had a fantastic night. Excellent delivery from Reece Topley. Brandon King, the catch that got rid of Phil Salt, or at least the assist that got rid of Phil Salt. Backed up with 100, his first against a full-member side. That has been a night to remember for him. And a night to remember for all involved in West Indies cricket as they turn over England for the second time in as many series. He goes for 102, 251 for 2.
Shea Hope, the captain, replacing Brandon King. One touch player replacing the next. Good delivery, Butch, as you said.
Yeah, just held off the surface. England have struggled to make this ball do anything at all since the start. There was no swing for Topley or Archer. And as it gathered a little bit of dew in the evening here, managed not to be able to get it to spin either for the slower bowlers. That's the first ball that's really gone off the straight for a long time
slip in for the new batter, Shea Hope. He's off the mark straight away with a couple.
Well, he's been kept in mothballs for the series thus far. Reece Topley, first appearance. His first one-day international in the West Indies as well. It's not been a night to remember for any of England's bowlers, and for the top order as well, for that matter. Has to be pointed out that the conditions in the power play, especially when England batted, the ball certainly bounced and held in the surface a lot more than we saw pretty much from that moment on. It wasn't as though the pitch was a minefield throughout England's innings, but you lose 4 wickets in the power play, you're really up against it.
And Salt-Curran spoke before the game and said exactly that. He said whoever bats first is going to have to contend with the nature of the surface during the daytime, which would probably hold a bit and would probably slide on a lot better at night from his experience with the dew formation. So he hit it bang on, and I thought the West Indies were superb in those first 10 overs with the ball. Two 5, 3 for 2. England have struggled for potency with the ball. Only 2 wickets, been an excellent run chase.
Yeah, 4 wickets in the series. The 2 games they've bowled second. And they managed to pick up 2 in the first ODI, 2 here. And the two venues in Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here at Kensington Oval are the 2 top-ranked places in world cricket for chasing runs. And that's a stat that goes back to 2020. So there is historical precedent. It's not an excuse for England whatsoever. I think knowing what they knew in terms of batting first this morning, trying to think about the dismissals really in the power play. Speculative shout from Phil Salt. We've got a review.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for caught behind. Original decision was not out. I've checked both feet, it's fair delivery. We'll go to front on, please. Thank you. Can we go to Ultra Edge, please? Ultra Edge coming up now. Got a gap as it goes past the bat in a flat line, so we can go back on field to stay with your original decision of not out. Pally, I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now.
Number 10 required.
just going back to England's batting in the power play, knowing what they knew about the surface and how it was likely to be tricky in the power play. Will Jacks driving on the upper bit. Good piece of bowling from Ford, because he brought everything back into the right-handers and then held that one up quite deliberately. Jordan Cox was undone by the raging bull. That is Alzari Joseph, an absolute snorter that gloved him in front of his face. Jacob Bethel then caught brilliantly at backward point by Roston Chase. Delivery that he'd probably go out every single time. You'd have a go at a short wide one. Just bounced on him a tiny bit, which sent it aerial. And then Liam Livingstone, I suppose that was the one right on the cusp of the power play. Yeah, perhaps still in hitting mode from Antigua. He played a huge drive at a ball that was nowhere near there. And like that, England will fall down. 256 for 2. Well, it looks a sorry card from an England point of view, not so for the West Indies. Excellence from Carty and King. King under huge pressure. Carty with his maiden ODI 100. Although it may seem like doom and gloom for England, there have been high points throughout the series, particularly when you consider they had 4 debutants. Mousley making 50. Salt, I thought, played quite brilliantly. Responsible at the top of the order, digging England out of trouble. But for Brandon King's athleticism on the boundary, he might well have made 100 himself. So there have been positives to take from it.
Looked like he wanted to be down there a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's been that type of night. Jordan Cox has not had a good time of it in this series. Came in off the back of an excellent series for Essex and summer for Essex, and in the 100 for Oval Invincibles. Dropped a catch at extra cover. He's a brilliant fielder. Had a rough time of it. One of the few young'uns that have.
Real authority and growing maturity in much of his batting and his stroke play tonight, Keacy Carty. This is when your investment in a player brings a smile to your face if you're coach and captain and selector.
Yeah, quite right. Quite right. The temptation is so often to switch out these young guys if they don't crack it straight away. Think back to somebody like Steve Waugh. Took forever before he cracked it at the international level. Played some brilliant shots tonight, Keacy Carty. You mentioned the strike rate, up that in the previous game as well. He helped Shea Hope put on that mammoth partnership in Antigua. Just grown in stature.
Yeah, you like these little signs if you're a West Indian public. A determined young man, and I don't often give that amount of credit so easily, but you speak to Keacy and you know how determined he is. Little increments of culture growing within the group. And for Alzari Joseph too, after his little spat today, I think they'll be happy that it hasn't cost the team at all. Yes, he'll be spoken to. Yes, I mean, might be punitive measures, but he will learn and grow. We all make mistakes. God knows I've made a few. Blown a gasket here, there, and everywhere. You don't excuse it. But in future, you want to see the sometimes vice captain just learn from it, because he's a quality bowler when he gets it right. And this team respects him and needs him. Totally get the acrimony that some West Indian fans feel about it. Totally understandable. But we learn, we grow, we accept where we've been wrong. Scores level. They've had a show, the fans here in Barbados, here at Kensington Oval today. And here a clinical batting performance led by Brandon King and Keacy Carty, following on from excellent work in the power play with the West Indian bowlers. Clinches the decider. They win the series by 2-1. And more importantly, in the bigger picture, take incremental strides to improving their ranking in the game.